Howdy ho. Hope everyone's doing okay. And I hope you can hear me okay. Let's see here. Reading what's put down. Cat was listening to the music. Pixie's daughter read a reading. Joseph was here. I left him a message in that chat thing the other day because I've been dreaming about him and this woman. I don't know if it's like a woman in his life or anyway, I'll keep reading. For a few days. Handle the emotional side of it. Oh, he's talking about asking someone out? I left him a message on Google Chat or whatever we all chat on the other day because I kept dreaming about him and the person named Gwendolyn. I wonder... I wonder if that's it, if that's who. I hope you guys can hear me now. Wow. I've got this headset thingy on instead of a standing mic.
From my end, you sound pretty clear.
Okay, good. Thank you. Because I can't do anything about volume or anything with this particular thing, but, the other one keeps falling over, so I'm hoping this works at least a little bit. And I officially don't need it for work right now, so... There we go. Okay, yes, we can hear you. He's ready to. When I was catching up on everything, Pix, I don't remember everything because I don't remember everything when I channel, but I do remember that your mom kept on saying that part of the stuff that's going on right now for Krista in her life is sort of training for a job in pediatrics in NICU type stuff. There's a hum. Is this better? See, I can't hear anything. Hold on. Let me see if I can watch it on my phone. Hello. Hello. Okay, it's not, is it, is everybody else hearing the hum? It's not coming through my little cell phone, and I guess it could be the vent here, which it will kick off shortly, but is it super loud, Cat? Oh, okay, good. I'm glad it's positioned, and that means I don't have to freaking figure out other stuff. How are the new meds going, Amanda? So I can feel that some of the energy behind that fine has something to do with other stuff and not just the meds. But I would hate to be that drug company right now. Hope the doctor gave you new meds. Hope you're feeling better. Yeah, sort of. Fine. Everything sucks. Because it's well, I mean, are you Amanda, are you on a headset or anything? Like, can I speak freely? Plugging in this other microphone because at least for the moment. Do it this way because I'm worried I'll get a migraine from this headset. So you're still cranky about something from your husband, right? I hinge your mother-in-law a little bit too, which I know that really, honestly, she only gets involved because it's in her house. I don't think she'd get involved if you guys, had a separate apart, like, lived far away or something. She doesn't seem like she'd be, interfering so much. But when you cohabitate, everyone's sort of, well, not everyone. Father-in-law tries to stay the hell out of it, but I just mean I don't think she would be as involved or take sides, or I don't even know if she really takes sides now. She just wants peace. Why is he a d-bag? Did he get upset with you talking to people on social media? Well, we all know that he loves you like crazy, but he does definitely seem to be the type, just from knowing you, right, that he doesn't ever grinch and then he holds it all in. And then all of a sudden, one day, everything comes out and it's way more than he actually thinks about. Like it's way more dramatic. And, um, like, because you guys don't seem to fight a ton, but when he does participate in arguing, he seems to go nuclear, and it seems to be like it's primarily because he holds a bunch of tiny little things that if he just address them here and there would be no big ass deal, and then holds them all and then explodes like a weird, like, pouty pinata. Yeah, they were pretty sure they did, Pigs. Yeah. I mean, I've only known you where there's been two. And one of them wasn't too bad, and the other one was probably like the type of energy I'm feeling you have right now, right? But um I think he holds shit in. Did it start though? Did it start having to do with something like about TikTok though? I did see that, but what I couldn't tell, and I didn't stop to do a ton of reading about it. Yeah, I had a feeling. You know why? Well, not, that's a dumb thing for me to say. I had a feeling. Do you know why? Um, no, my guides were telling me. Okay, so let me like clarify myself here. My eyebrows are drawn on crooked. Who cares? Okay, so um, yeah, he is a little jealous. The guides were talking about. That's why I kept asking if it was over social media. It's not really like he doesn't think that you should get like compliments. He likes that you get compliments, but you know, to him, they're saying like they were saying it felt unfair because now that he's back working, he works in a place. It seems like they're saying where like no one ever pays him any type of workplace compliment, right? And sometimes he's working really, really hard, and there's nothing even remotely like a cordial thank you. So, and then he sees people like, you're sitting out on the back porch talking to people, and he sees them all say that they love you and that you're awesome and that you've changed their life with your channel. And, he feels like, oh my freaking God, like I work in a conventional way very hard and people don't appreciate anything. And then, she sits there and, and everybody calls her awesome. Now, I don't think he understands that, it's an energy flow thing too. Some of the people paying you compliments don't understand necessarily that they're feeling an energy flow that you have been working for a couple years now to cultivate a sort of positivity and peace that you try really hard to focus on all the time, and that they feel that because some of the people don't even know why they come back to your channel necessarily. They just know they feel good there, right? And you make them feel happy and feel seen. And that's because you have been working really, really hard to not look at the negative side of things and to do the best you can to look at the positive and keep your energy and focus on that. And when you generate that energy in your body, in your face, in your aura, even though not everybody can see an aura, they feel it whether they know it or not. And they see it whether they know it or not. It makes a average person look drop dead gorgeous if their energy is really awesome. And and so he doesn't see directly all of the sort of emotional psychological work it's taken to get you to that place, and that it's really a triumph for you, especially with some of the traumas you've had and some of the experiences you've had with other humans, for you to be at a place where you can feel comfortable talking to them, and where it's all positive and it's not, a bunch of like sob stories, or, like it, it is a byproduct of a lot of sort of almost like sort of self spiritual work. But that's really hard to understand, um, even if you're the one sort of doing it. It's hard to understand why it works. And he knows that he's doing more intensive labor with not nearly as much appreciation. Now, did he also get jealous of? Did he accuse someone of being flirtatious? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yep. So that is sort of flirtatious, right? And he literally just directly said, of course I always speak too long about everything, but literally what you just said, he said I pay more attention to the guys on there than him, is exactly the short version of the rambles I just made, right? Is he feels like everybody comes and well, and that you don't have to work as hard to get people to come to you, but again, you did have to work really hard to overcome a lot of stuff. He just doesn't see that. And then when he feels like you're getting a lot of compliments and he really would like a compliment or two, and then guys, right, are you're saying, "Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you gave me that heart. Oh," like, you know what I mean? And he feels like, "Yeah, well, I pay for our groceries," or whatever it is. Like, at least he's directly saying, "Hey, you're paying more attention to them." Now, like, thank God he didn't say like stupid shit like "you're cheating on me," but thank goodness he can distinguish the difference between him just feeling jealous because he'd like more appreciation in his life from you, but also just from the whole world, right? Um, and then when he thinks, oh, she's tired and she doesn't feel well, so she's not going to give appreciation, and that's fine, that's fine. But then you give it to the people, right? Right? And then he goes, well, wait, she can do it. So why isn't she doing it for me? And then it's like, well, she is sort of doing it for you because she's trying to bring in, even though she's sick and chronically ill and all this stuff, she's trying to bring in supplemental income. So this is for you, and this is for a little girl, right? And she's not going to make $47, in 20 minutes sitting there acting like a douche, you know. But they're saying if you could occasionally involve him. And I know that like he doesn't want to be, they're also saying he still doesn't really want to be on screen, right? And that's fine. Like, they're saying that might even be better. But if you did it like a weekly segment or something goofy, right? Because you do funny jokes, and then your lives are sort of casual, cool, right? So if you did something like weekly, or something that was like, shit my husband did this week that I appreciate, and just make a list where it's like, did this for us, did this for us, did this for our daughter, did this, right? And just literally do a crisp segment where you just basically have written him a letter of appreciation online. And that'll serve so many purposes, right? If there's a tiny teeny part of him that's worried, actually legitimately worried about boys, he'll see that you're claiming him as your husband, right? There goes problem number one, right? If he feels unappreciated, and he sees that you're doing this publicly, there goes problem number two. And there's I think part of the reason the guide suggested it is because since one of your goals of your channel when you have those lives is to generate just positive energy and have a positive, uplifting community, they're saying other people might do it too. Other people might go, you know what? I like that idea. I'm going to list what I'm appreciative about. And it could even be a topic then when people come in your lives and you say, how are you doing today? Please hit the like button. You could also say, tell me your three favorite things that someone did for you today, or that you did for someone today, or that you appreciated about your day. And so it will serve your goals for your channel and the positive energy, which is also your sort of self-healing therapeutic goals. That's why you've been doing what you've been doing, right? I think it'll even better ingratiate you to your public, right? And then it'll make him say, oh, you know what? She does. It's like, not only does she see what I'm doing, she knows that all I need is a little public, like, attaboy. And you could always pick, like, you could also pick one of his favorite songs or whatever, too, to be like, things my husband did this week, things my husband did for our family this week that were awesome, right? And then just like occasionally, like maybe just for Valentine's Day, like it could be the three most romantic things my husband has ever done. Oh my gosh, mine too. Like I was telling Kat, I don't know what happened, but like, and Joe was online with me. I have a high pain tolerance, and I'm pretty medicated too. But just regardless, um, but I was like crying from. I think I was. Is that accurate, Joe? Are you already asleep? So he unmuted and muted again. I think that just means I'm not dead.
Oh, sorry, it died. My headset is wonky. Um, I didn't hear you crying, but you have a way of masking your pain and even your cries, so it's not always obvious.
Oh, see, it felt obvious to me just because like there was so much snot. Frankly, I'm talking about like 3 or 4 days ago when I had that series of migraines. Yes, yes, Amanda. Me too. And like Kat and I were talking about it the other day, like barometric pressure, and you and I couldn't live in more opposite climates. So I think it has to be barometric pressure, or maybe things like how they've been talking about the atmosphere is changing a little bit right now, specifically because of storms and other things. So okay, see, Kat had one too. So like it could be, that like it's the barometric pressure, but that there's also something else in the atmosphere, like something akin to a type of mold or something that for people who are chemically sensitive is just going to be ungood.
Do you guys get Sahara dust? Blowing off from Africa into your, or are you too far away to be
Well,
affected
there's
by
been some years where like I'm in the middle, right? So I'm in the middle, and there have been some years where it's reached here, but we're sort of the western border. Western border. Yeah, I'm right, right? Western border. Am I talking about the map right?
Yeah, yeah, you
Okay.
are.
Yeah. So, um, where Amanda's farther west than me, although she already lives in a desert, so they probably get their own. Yeah. See, Aragon's desert dust. But they've been terrible. And like it was shocking to me. Like, the first day it was such an awful migraine, but I just thought, okay, that's fine. But then when I like woke up, like I fell asleep crying and woke up crying, and then the migraine continued. It was like, oh my gosh, and then it finally went away. And then holy, and the last time, then the next time I like, I had a few hours off, which was great. I fell asleep and then I woke up and it started all over again. It was like, what is happening here? I hate it. Whatever it is, I hate it. Okay, so I'm setting an alarm for meds. Speaking of pain, I was like, Catherine of Aragon sends her dust to Amanda. Will it look the same today, Miss Cat? You did that? Gosh, I'm sorry that's going on. So, see, it's atmospheric. It's something in the atmosphere. You're responding as if it's like allergen, but it's causing migraines, and all of us are as well. So there's something up.
I think you're right about it being related to the pressure because this isn't the time of year where typically Sahara dust hits the U.S. It's before
No,
the
not usually.
hurricane
Yeah.
season, so I
hmm
think it's
But we're
yeah.
having so many basically hurricanes and tsunamis along our coastline,
Mm.
and I don't know what the weather's been like out there by the Sahara. If they're having unusual blah blah blah, I've been paying attention locally just because there's been so much locally going on. Locally meaning the U.S. and like our and North America. You know, I guess I haven't really read any stories from Mexico lately, but I've read a lot about the Canadian health system since that poor woman the other day, and because I have friends from the chat rooms that are originally from Canada. Um, Two of them are in the healthcare system and have worked both places, but both of them currently live in the States. Took Tylenol and hydrated, felt better. That's so good. Oh, I'm always going to try and do shoes. Like I said very weirdly the other day, like I'm always going to do my shoe of the day since I don't get to wear them anywhere else and I love them so very much. So this is today's shoe of the day. There's their sole. There's their tie. There's the other one. These are by Dollhouse, which used to be like a shoe line that was associated with Miu Miu in the 1990s, but then broke off on its own. And now I think they even have their own apparel. Dollhouse. They are, I think they're 5 inches, but they also have a considerable platform here. So maybe they're 5.5. Regardless, they don't feel too tall because the platform, look at that, that platform is like that. So that already takes, what, this much off of the heel. So they feel like 3 inches And back when I was like in the world and wearing shoes like this all the time, I love this brand because they're always rubberized soles with good traction. So those are the shoes of the day. Whoa. Thank you. I love these things. Like we could all go camping in here. I can pull it up. They're so comfortable. And I think it's just paisley. Paisley. Do you have a pair of these? The plastic Barbie doll shoes? Do you mean like jellies? Or do you mean like well, what do you mean? Yeah, these are super comfy. I know I got these. I've got a few years ago. I discovered Poshmark, and shopping didn't used to be like something I did to feel better, right? Because back then I could dance, even when I was really sick, I still could dance, and I smoked cigarettes and weed and occasionally drank, and I had a lot of escape routes. Um, but I discovered Poshmark and Sage Goddess in a window where I did have some expendable income and I didn't have anywhere else to run in terms of self soothing. So I went a little nuts on Poshmark. Love you too, Manda. My goal is to get at least one of my TikToks to 1,000. When I helped that girl the other day, I mean, I know I was only responsible for like 25 subscribers for her, but like everybody that saw it helped her, and she made it to from like 100 to 1,000 in like 2 hours. And I thought, well, she's extremely deserving, so I don't expect that kind of thing. But surely in a week or two, I could get myself there so that I could stream on TikTok. Got yours from Wish. Black and white paisley. Hold on. Black and white paisley. And then a blue and orange paisley. Gotta go to sleep. We love you too. Wish. No leather band across foot. Toes out, stiletto heels. Okay, so sort of like like those stiletto mules or something. That's awesome. I don't think I know about your second one, Manda. It would go good with these shoes or these pants. What's your second channel? Tell us so that we can sub. You might be gone already, but if you're not, what's your name there? Candies. Oh, I loved Candy's shoes. And all kinds of candies like body tchotchkes, right? My friend Leah used to call them body tchotchkes because they're for a while there in like the 90s and early aughts, like their accessories were huge, like oversized. Tap the screen, share the live. The whole outfit. I'm going to text the husband and say, please get that off the shelf so that I can open it later. Okay, I texted him. Beaks, do you want to come out? You seem very determined at the moment. Okay, I got Please get that off the shelf so that I can open it later. And you don't feel like you're going to break your neck? You mean like, oh, wedges. Oh, there it is. Okay. What's your other channel? Amanda, you're still here. Okay. What's your other channel about? Like, is it your like how I have one for grown up stuff? Is your other one like for grown up stuff? Okay, I got this. I got this. Let's put these down because we got a birdie coming to town. Hey, Beaks. You wanna come play with me? Come on out. Do you wanna come live stream? Beep beep. Come stream with me? Beep beep Beaks. You wanna come? This way? Ouch. Ouch. You can come? Come on. You gonna come out this way? Mm-hmm. You come with me? Come on. Let's go. Let's go, sweetheart. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Shall we go? Sweet love, are you gonna come? Come on. Hey, sweet baby. Are you coming or not, honey buns? Come on. Come on. You gotta come out. You gotta come out if you're gonna come go beyond the internet. If you're gonna be famous. Come on, come be famous. This favorite son? Okay, fine. I'll just leave the door open. You decide whenever. You decide whenever, girl. I'm not gonna stand there. Hey, Joseph. Let's see here. eBay, little flowers on them. Break my neck. Moccasins. I've had some of those. Steel toes. Yeah. Now she's up on her playground, but like she just didn't like that I was trying to tell her when she was going to step out. I sent you a thing, Joseph, on Google Chat or wherever we all are, but it was a group one. Hi, Claudia. It was a group one that had like Cat and Pixie in it and stuff. And it's been, I don't know if it was like right after Christmas. It's been in the last handful of weeks. But anyway, I sent you a message there. I didn't figure you were there very often, but I thought, okay, maybe he'll get like an email saying he got a message. So anyway, I have been having dreams about you and a woman. Gwendolyn or Gwen is what I hear all the time. And they're dreams the majority of the time. They haven't been like, it's not like I've been awake and visioning. And I haven't seen you. So like, it's no offense, but just like you haven't seen me, so I'm not on your mind. Like it's not like I saw you and then it popped in. It just was coming in on its own, and so it was coming in my sleep, and it was Gwen or Gwendolyn, and on the message I left you, it was like I don't know if she's like a cousin or a sister or a young aunt. She would be kind of close to a contemporary to you, not like your mom. I didn't think it was like your mom. I didn't think it was like a baby niece. Her? Hold on, wait. You call who Gwen? What's tomorrow's plan? Asking her out? Hold on a second. My bird's being weird, but I'll come back and read whatever you say. So this is a girl that you know. Okay. Hi, birdie. You want to come with me now? Will you come with me, baby? Come on, honey. Let's go. Let's go. No, what game are you playing? Come on, let's go. Sweetie, what are you doing? Let's go. Beaks, what's happening? You gonna come? Come on, honey. There we go. Good job. We're gonna go. We're gonna go over here. And I turned the cold off. It'll get warmer in just a second. Okay, baby. So do you call? Oh, Helen, wow. Wow. Nope. Just met her a couple weeks ago at the counter at Love's and got awestruck. Um. So, is it like after Gwen Stacy? Is this like sort of like a Spider-Man? Like, are you sort of naming her after a Spider-Man character or what? Since it was a dream, and like that straddles that time and space between like here and the afterlife. Um, like I wasn't sure, like if she could be potentially on the other side, but like anyway. So gorgeous eyes, pretty hair, and I was struck at Loves or Lowe's. Ow. From Ben 10. Oh, okay. Kiddo watches Ben 10. Do you think you'd like Ben 10 Beaks? Thank you. Would you like some Cheerios? Oh yeah. Loves. I've got some Loves. Well, I always would get magnets from Loves and from the Flying J. I think we talked about that, about how the Flying J has better showers, but Loves has better food in their diner and that kind of stuff. I think that was you. I talked to you about that. So, how long? A couple weeks ago, and then how many times have you seen her since then? I sort of want to get the love cards out and just see. Well, I mean, the first thing would be does she remind you of anybody? That's the first thing to eliminate, right? And if she doesn't remind you of anyone, right, if she's her own unique energy, right, then it's time to look into other stuff. And you're certain, is she available? Beaks, are you okay? Princess Beaks? No. Would you like to go up? Hello. Would you like me to give you a Cheerio, my dear? No. No. Try again. Thank you for the kiss. Oh, you just want to throw it down for funs? Here. Yeah. Hi. Hey, kisses. Gentleness, please. Pretty bird. Are you nervous about the internet? Yeah. She's nervous about the internet. Wild thing. She's her own person. No one from the great beyond that she reminds me of. And you said what? You said something about about what you were noticing about her. Hold on. Gorgeous eyes, pretty hair, and I was struck down. You named her that because is she a redhead? Ow! Why are you being me? Hmm? Hmm? Thank you. Redhead. Ouch. Well, I mean, you did say, I mean, to be fair, you did say after the redhead and Ben 10. So, like, I think that can't be, that can't be me being informed. Ouch. Ouch. Come on now. Has she told you anything about herself? Like, she laughs at your jokes. Has she given you, like, when you guys are talking just at the register or whatever, has she said anything like, cool, I love this band, or hey, I read that book, or, like, does she give you information about herself? Or has she asked you questions about yourself? Ouch. Oh my gosh, I think it's ironic. I think she likes motorcycles, doesn't she? Ouch. 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 I think she likes motorcycles. Has she mentioned that? Girlfriend, do you need to go? Maybe you need to go back in your nest because you seem to be troubled. We don't usually have this kind of problem unless you're very. Ow, why? Unless you're very sleepy bee. Thank you. You want to go up here? You just didn't grab on fast enough. There we go. She's into nutrition. Yeah. Yeah. Like, but you were with last girlfriend too, though, weren't you? Like, it was I remember you said it was like a fix up between the parents, and you were sure that it was going to just be BS, and then, pretty much like you saw her and went, "Gosh darn it, gosh darn it, I'm already infatuated." But this girl, this Gwen, whatever her real name is, she feels closer to your age. Do you think that's the case? Well, I think people that are empaths. Okay, so for me, for example, I'm not a very visual person. Like, if somebody says, like, hey, let's meditate, envision this, I cannot bring um, images up in my mind's eye at all. And I used to really suffer about that, right? Because I was frustrated when I would be trying to design sets for the shows I was directing, or, stuff like that. Then I realized it was a benefit, because if I see things, that means I'm having a conversation, with the divine or guides or angels or whatever, however you want to put it, right? And so it became a great way for me to know um, that I was having a conversation. If I was visualizing something, it's because somebody was talking to me in visuals, and because I can't do it on my own. But I will say this: everyone, I've had these moments with everybody in my life that turns out to be significant. Sometimes negatively, like meaning a big life lesson person, right? Somebody that um, I get tangled up with that teaches a big important lesson. So it's not always like a great love, but it'll be like a really significant friend, or somebody's going to teach me a really significant lesson. And like I used to just always think it was weird that I could just remember the very first time I saw their faces extremely vividly when I'm not good at that stuff. Um, and now I know literally the second I meet them. The second I meet them, if they freeze frame in a way that's almost like a photograph in my mind, I go, "Ooh, are you a good witch or a bad witch?" Like I already know they're going to be significant, but I don't know which kind of lesson they're going to teach and what it's going to be for. And it even happens online. I see somebody's screen name, even the people that like haven't developed a screen name where it just says user number 57920 or whatever. I can see that and know they're going to be significant to me, just as much as like looking at someone's face. Okay, you're going back, sister, because I don't know why you're being a biatch. I don't know if you need to just go to your nest, or if you're like want your fruit. No, no, no. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Come on, come on, let's go. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Being very difficult to me. Hello. Mm-mm. Nope. No. Here goes sweetness. Yeah, I wanted to play with you too, but you're not gonna prank me now. It's not gonna how it's not gonna work. I'm not gonna let you beat me up. Here's some seed balls. Sorry, Beaks. I wanted I wanted you to chill out, but I'm not gonna let you treat me bad. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Me too, Pix. Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I had people flagged, and then there are some people. There are some people that I don't always know right away, and then they wind up being a great friend. Maybe, but the big life lessons, negative or positive, I know they're coming. I know who's going to be involved. Flooded out last week. Oh, that's terrible. Struck by her. How much younger do you think? Does she have a distinctive voice? I'm sorry you're in pain, Claudia. We were talking about that. The large portion of us in here are too. We were talking about it maybe being the barometric pressure, but then it's got to be the barometric pressure like over the entire US pretty much, because we're all in such different places. Well, I know that this is ridiculous, but I would call up there just to check on, do you have this in stock or whatever. And you know her voice, so if she answers, you'd hear her name. 'How much younger? No one's asked for a reading yet, Joseph. So do you mind? Is it okay if we get the relationship deck out? Like, do you want to know, or do you not really want to know? 5 years. That's closer than the last one. Okay. Anybody anybody decide for a reading? Let us know, right? Like, I'm not trying to interfere with anyone's goals, but no one had asked. And since we're all sitting here kicking it, and I've been dreaming of her, so she had reddish hair in my dream too. She reminded me a little bit of, I don't know the name of this person. What is this girl's name? Now I want to look. I don't know that it normally does. I don't know if it normally does, but that one did, man. Big time, big time. I knew it was you, and you kept talking to this girl. Now I would never have gotten it right. Oh, Pixie texted me. Did you? She's like, did you see that? Her name. Her name. He calls her Gwen. I think it's what, because I was getting the bird. Okay, let's see. Um. It's a redheaded actress from a long time ago. I'm looking her up because it's going to drive me crazy. I feel like it must have been an 80s. It must have been an 80s actress. Yeah, whoever's here, hi, hi, hi. How are you? I haven't found her yet. So she wear her hair um like uh sort of curled. It's not like super tight curls, but sort of curled, like, and it's in a ponytail all the time. Whoever's here, we'd love it if you would speak to us. She does. Okay, so that's how I kept picturing her. And then there's somebody, I feel like it had to have still been the 80s television, like sitcom girl that had sort of the same, like red hair, but not super auburn. Like it's red, but it's not bright carrot orange, but it's not auburn either. It's that sort of darker orangey, beautiful, coppery color. And she often had a ponytail with sort of curls. Um, I'm looking at just redheads, actresses to see if I can find her because I don't know. Oh, unrelated note, I'm in love with Felicia Day. That's just a different redhead. I keep stopping on Jessica Chastain. Does she look a little like Jessica Chastain? This is the one of her I keep stopping on. Okay, like that, because she's an actress. Even though she's a redhead, there's different. There's the different tones and qualities of Jessica Chastain. Did you just say a dead ringer? You guys, Joseph's gonna ask out a Stone Cold Hottie. Look at those eyes. I don't know. I feel like she was on like an 80s. I'm gonna look up just to see. It's like a long shot. Do you remember just the 10 of us? I think there was a redheaded sister on just the 10 of us. Here she is. So, and this is her when she was younger with her like blonde sister in the show. And again, my phone is all cloudy, but like she always had like a curly ponytail, and she was the redheaded sister, and she was the sweet sister. Yeah, I think like you were really likely quite young when that was on TV because I was fairly little. Jamie, I think her name is like Jamie something because I think she's done um I think she's done like NCIS or something. Trying to find her name.
You know what I mean, though.
Where's the cat? Just give me a cast list for heaven's sakes.
Territory.
Hold on, do you need me to mute? 1 second. It was CSI Miami. Okay. That she was on later on when she was older. Something, I've already now dropped it on the phone, but it was something lunar. LUNER. Didn't want to talk to you anyways. Get gone. So, Joe, Seth, King, they're saying to me that while you're infatuated with this girl, there's still another option in your head or another option in your reality. So, who's the other one? I'm asking because they want me to compare and contrast. They want me to do 2 piles, like this girl, Gwen, and someone else. Is it old girlfriend? And there it is. See, my voice lags and my chat lags, and it popped up just as I asked. There's still a chance with Riley. Okay, so that's why they want to do 2 piles. Well, you have that option. You have that option even when you're with people, unless you're like married with 20 children, and even then you technically have the option, but it's hopefully people will have made up their mind way before that point. Um, unless they're hippies like me, right? And then they say we can, and they have they find partners that allow them options. Yeah, they're not saying to me anyway, like, um, hey, it's really important that you include. Hold on a second here. I'll mute 1 second. Someone's come in. So yeah, they weren't like saying like, hey, you better not leave this one out. They're saying he really needs to see things side by side so he can let go of some things in his head. Did I freak Krista out, Pixie, or was she just like um tired because it was so freaking long? Okay, guys, so we're gonna do. Can we do Joseph just on his own and what he's up to? Can we do? Yeah, Riley and Gwen. Okay. Okay, so this way for Joseph. Okay. So this is for Joseph's. Okay, we'll do. How many you guys want to do? Okay. Center pile. To the side. Okay. These are just under here. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna do Riley over here. Riley and Joseph, really. Riley and Joseph over here. Riley and Joseph here. Okay, let's go back through these. Riley and Joseph. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Now, again, guys, we don't know that her name is Gwen, but we're referencing the redheaded at the Love's gas station that he feels energy with, and we're calling her Gwen. What are we saying here? Okay, so this is going to be this way. Joseph and Gwen. We need to see Joseph and Gwen, like what they energetically would look like. Tell me more. Okay. Flew. Anything else flipped over? No. Wait, what? That's a word soup? Hold on here. It'd be hilarious if it actually turns out to be Glenn Wood. That's a word soup. When you said it, I choked because she mentioned it after you popped out for a few. I'm missing something, but it's probably between you guys, and that's why I don't get it. And that's fine by me. The name Gwen. Oh well, it did actually, and it's. Okay, talking about Gwen. Okay, it's chatty. Sorry, I'm checking meds, but I have all your cards down, so I will as soon as I can. I really need to take something for my pain. Is basically what I'm saying. But it's interesting because they're well, you'll see here as soon as I pop these pills, but like um but yeah, they do have a lot to say. I think it's they have a lot to say about you alone, and that's a lot. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect time. Be right back. Or actually, I can talk. I just don't want to. I don't always like. I'm so terrible, ironically, at taking pills, even though I've been on them for so long now. Oh, did I talk about it? I mean, I have been dreaming about it for a while. So I didn't realize for sure that I said it the other night. And then you're saying so then he came in here today and said Gwen when I was not here, I guess. That's cool. You know what would be supremely weird is if maybe, neither of these ladies are the person or a long-term person or whatever, but wouldn't it be supremely weird if, because you are already sort of an empath and intuitive and in tune yourself, if someday you do, the permanent person you choose for a while's name is Gwen and she's neither one of these people, that would be super crazy. And I say it because like it happened to me with my child. Like, um, I love his name, his first and his middle name. But what was interesting is, I was pretty old when I got pregnant with him, and um, pretty way before they told us he was a boy, I knew he was a boy, and they tell you pretty early on. But I knew he was a boy, so I knew exactly what his name would be. And the few people that also I told what his name would be, I would say weird stuff. Okay, I would say weird stuff like they'd say, oh, "That's a cool name" or whatever, and I'd say, "Yeah, yeah, I absolutely love it." But the thing is, it almost feels like I didn't even get to pick the first name. Like he chose the first name, and I just agreed to it a long time ago or whatever. And then I've always really liked the middle name since I was really little. And then I found this piece of paper. Like he was, I don't know, one or somewhere around the age of one when I had this like old, like little pink chest, like a little locker, like a foot locker. There's this little pink foot locker that I had like little like knickknacks in from when I was a kid. And I found this notebook, and I had to have been in either, like, I think it was the third grade, just based on the handwriting and some other things sort of surrounding the notebook. But it said something like, and it wasn't a diary or anything, but I wrote it like a diary situation. And it said, well, since I already know I'm going to have a son, and he picked his first name when we were in heaven, I only get to pick his middle name. And I'm going to choose this name because, and this will give away his middle name to anybody that knows, but like, I'm going to pick this middle name because it's the name of the dragon in Pete's Dragon, and I think it's awesome. And since that's the only part of his name I get to pick, I'm going to name it after a dragon. And then as soon as he started talking, he told me, "Thank you so much for remembering that I chose my name." So it's not as far fetched as you think that maybe you could have another person out there floating around named Gwen. Okay, so I am a pain in the butt about pills. It took me that long, like 6 minutes to take 5 pills. Like, that's how lame. Then Gwen just kind of came to you. Yeah, and I think probably, I don't know how long you've known her, but I've been, I don't know exactly when I sent you that message, but it's been in the last week. And it was after, I don't know, 3 or 4 nights of remembering in my dreams that you were talking about somebody named Gwendolyn or Gwen. Let's see here. January 10th is when I sent you a message. January 10th at 12:25 p.m. It says, "Yo Joseph, who's Gwen or Gwendolyn? I'm sick as hell and I can't stop dreaming about you and Gwen or Gwendolyn. Is she like a spirit guide or a girlfriend or a family member or something?" Here it is right here. This is in our chat with Joseph, Cat H, Debs, Amanda, Joseph King, and myself. And here it is. January 10th, 12:25 p.m. And so what, that was 8 days ago. So I don't know. It's probably because you were thinking about her for a week or two before that, I assume. Okay, so the center um okay, so the center is you, right? Like I did just you, let's talk about Joseph for a second here, right? Um and the first card that came up is the Ace of Swords. And I mean, it's a little bit about like fooling around or getting laid, like, um, and yeah, but also thinking, because it's air, right? Swords are air. Um, and so, and that's why, that's also why this archway is made of books, like in this particular situation, um, it's it's like the archway of knowledge, and maybe even a little bit of carnal knowledge. Just a lot of people would say, a lot of readers would say this is exclusively a sex card. I disagree with that, but it is phallic in this particular case, especially when the sword is right outside of an archway. And but it is also just about sort of like, hey, I've been a really patient guy in some of my relationships, and that's great. Like, I want to be an honorable person, but wouldn't it be great if I could find somebody that finds me honorable and still allows me to be like a human ass man at this point in my life, right? And then what's interesting is on either side of that, one side you got the Seven of Cups, right, which is literally all about choices. And then in this particular deck, because it's a relationship and deck and sex and love deck and stuff, it's one dude and all these girls, and it's about choices, right? Um, and so I'm sure some of what's going on is, you're sort of healing from the last thing enough that you're like, I'd like to look around and examine my choices. That doesn't mean she's not still one of them potentially, but I am a dude, and I'm a grown ass dude, and I have needs and desires, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I want to choose wisely, but I also want to enjoy having, enjoy the decision making, the universe girlfriend shopping process, right? But on the other side of that whole thing is this card, Two of Cups. Now these two have been together forever. And this is actually, they always talk about the Lover's card, this Lover's card, that. This is the lifelong Lover's card, right? The Lover's card can sometimes be short lived. This is like your forever person. And um, you do want a forever person. Some people don't know for sure if they do. Um, you do seem to know pretty solidly you'd really like to have a forever person. But it does seem like there have been times in the past where you put a lot of pressure on yourself about that forever person, and right now you're in sort of a phase where it's like, I want that forever person, but I get this life, as at least as Joe King, I get to live this life once, and so I might as well enjoy all the phases, meeting the variety of people that will lead to the forever person, making choices that will lead to the forever person. I might as well enjoy getting to know myself by dating the wrong person. Um, so yeah, in the past, like your energy in card readings when we've read them, or sometimes just your energy talking to you, has been like almost a little bit panicky about that forever person. And right now it looks more like, no, I want that, and I'm not going to stop wanting that, but I can relax enough to enjoy the ride, you know. What's interesting is, though, I want to confirm one thing about this, what she wrote about this one card here. This is an Ethany deck. It's her Modern Love Tarot. She has a lot of decks, actually. She's got a YouTube channel, and of course it's a very busy YouTube channel. But she's this awesome British woman. She's cool. I know what my gut and my guides are saying. I just want to confirm. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and say it because you seem to have. Oh, let me see what you wrote down. I'm definitely want forever. That's a solid for me. I'm down for whoever it is, as long as the right is fulfilling. I'm done trying to force it. While my stance on one night sin hasn't changed my path. It's all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She's cool. She's a cool lady, Ethany. I don't know her like personally or anything, but she is really neat. Okay, so it's saying, okay, so this is still the Joseph pile, right? So it's saying you really know your worth, and you've always been pretty good at knowing your worth, but because you have a tendency, you have a humble tendency, um, as well. Even though you know your worth very rationally, you often have been willing to sort of um negotiate on that more like than you should, right? It's like, hey, I know I'm valuable in these ways, but I'm willing to not have that be the focus right now when somebody else needs the focus or whatever. And and I don't know if this comes from familial childhood stuff or some other experience, but I would assess these two cards put together as you have a bit of a narcissist problem. Like like somehow the narcissists sneak in there for you. Um and it's not like you're blind. You can see that they sort of are narcissistic humans, but you because you can sort of see the good parts of everybody, and there's no perfect person, and everybody's got something um, wrong. You just sort of work around it. But I don't. And again, I don't know. It seems like it has to be like there was someone in the family that was like that for you to be as comfortable, dealing with that particular issue, um, or that particular type of profiling it out as that type of person. Um, so a narcissist addiction, I don't know if that would be it, but it's sort of like you see a narcissist and instead of going, not healthy for me, you're like, you know what? I can handle it. I've handled it before with X, Y, and Z. And I know my worth. I know my worth, but that still doesn't mean that like this person is easy to deal with long term. And um and just because you know how to, because you have experience with it, doesn't mean that you're like, you know um it, I've got a guide also saying this. Of course, you're a very capable person, and you're not blind when you have these narcissistic, they're saying females because they're talking about your dating life in this case, narcissistic females in your life. You see it, you're not blind, and you go, you know what, but there's other things about them that are positive. Even when they profile out as a narcissist, that means they're strong in some areas where the average person isn't, and I'm okay with that. But guides right now are really encouraging you to say, to consider this. They're saying to me, yes, you can totally deal with it. You haven't suffered too much. It has not. There have been some things that have been wholeheartedly unpleasant, um, because you do tolerate it. But nothing has been super tragic or anything. But what they want you to consider is the fact that you want a family, and you even just because you can deal with a narcissist, if you want a family, you really need to contemplate your narcissist attraction or addiction issue from a different perspective, from the angle of, do I want my 2-year-old growing up with a narcissistic mama? Just because daddy can deal with it? Is this a choice that I want to make for these other little people that I'm hoping come into my world? I remember justifying paying for people because that's what I was told a man does, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, and I think you're probably just saying it lightly, like you're using a light example to be nice, but I'm not talking like narcissistic. I type people. I'm talking about clinical narcissists, and you probably are too, right? And you're just being nice about the example you're using, but they really want to remind you that yes, you can deal with it. Yes, you've really been exposed to it, and they don't even think you're self-abusing too much. It's a little, but not too much when you're dealing and choosing these people. But just maybe think about a different choice for your kids. Yeah. Well, I don't know that I would have thought about it either, but the guides are smarter than all of us. And they're saying like one of your catchphrases when you're with sort of difficult people. Some of them, I think you have a male sibling or two that are like that as well, sibling or cousin or something. But um, saying your catchphrase is sort of like, I can handle it, I can take it, I'm a tough guy, and they're like, no lie, he can, and he maintains sort of a safe, healthy space here where they can't get in here. But he just hasn't been considering the fact that he really wants babies, and that whatever If it's something that you have to say, I can take it, I'm tough, then that's not something you should put your kids through. Okay, so they really wanted to mention that too. Okay, so then on the Riley side of things, there's a lot. That's why I said it's chatty, it's chatty, it's chatty. Um, it's really chatty. Um, so at the very center for you and Riley was, the Ten of Cups, which is like family, family life, family life. Something that you both really, really, really want. Um, yeah, that's what they said. It was a common phrase. Um, and so, it is something you both want, is a family someday. She wants it less soon than you do, but someday. And you met through family. And I know this because this is a story you sort of told us, about your parents fixing you up or whatever. So that's not like psychic stuff. That's just you told us, right? And I remember it. You met through family, and so and you've off and on been together a long time, and so in some ways it feels like, well, if I wanted to take a shortcut, to instant family, she and I could do that, and we both kind of want it someday. Um, But then the next card that popped up about it is this one. It's the Six of Pentacles, the way it's represented here is interesting. Your age gap is more significant than you give it credence for, or than you give it credence. Um, and part of that's because, uh, part of the reason you can't see it is, I mean, and you can, I'm not calling you blind, but part of the reason it's more intense than you think it is, more of a problem, at least than you've expressed in the past, um, is that because you're not the one reaching. In order to be with you, she has to reach farther than her development has allowed her to reach on her own. So, and it's not like a trick or anything. She's not trying to lie to you, right? But she's reaching into, like, stretching to touch a part of adulthood that she's really not developed into yet. And she is a really down to earth girl in a lot of ways, sensible, kind, all these wonderful reasons to love her, right? But she doesn't, there's no way for her to know that she's not there. We don't know that we're not there until we get a little older and go, oh my God, what was I doing, right? Like, I look back now that I'm the age I am and think about how the age I am now, there were a lot of men dating little me when I was 19, and they were the age I am now. And now, knowing things that I did not know then, I would really, really like to step on their instep, or say, what the heck? What the heck? Yeah, Pixie knows too, right? Like, especially later, you get older and you go, ooh, like, and there are plenty of men that just love younger people, and there are sometimes where age gaps work really, really well. It just depends on individual development, and that kind of thing. um but and again, Joseph, I'm not saying you're one of these guys. Just as Pixie and I have dealt with these guys when we were younger people, who very intentionally chose us as young people. We're much easier to manipulate and twist and turn around and talk into things, or convince our young ass that certain things were normal when they are not at all normal, right? You are not one of those type of people. Everyone in the room knows that. The biggest problem is that, she thinks, and I did when I was that age, and Pixie did when she was that age, and probably other women in here, um, we think we're more grown than we are, and we participate in things with older people, and we do a good enough impersonation that the person that loves us might even be like, okay, they're a little immature, but look at how far they've come, look at how well they're doing, right? um but on the inside, the function isn't there yet. No, no, no. Like I no, no one here thinks you meant to rob the cradle. We think that you fell into like and love, and you've also been together a really long time, and you've done some growing together. So you've also seen her grow a lot, right? Which feels, and you have a lot. Um, so it also feels, you have seen her growth. So she feels now to you even much older than she was at the beginning, right? Um, but there's something to the fact that she doesn't know. So it's not even like nobody in this case is trying to fool anybody. She just has no idea how much growing there is left to do. Think about 21-year-old you, or or I can't remember how old she was when you guys met, 18 or something. Think about 18-year-old you and all the things you thought you knew, and compare it to who you are now, and say, and maybe you did. Maybe you're one of those unique people where you everything you know now you already knew then, but I sort of doubt it. And um and so, like, and you guys were introduced, fixed up by family, all this stuff. Like, you're not a predator like some of our people were in any way, shape, or form, right? It's just that she just doesn't know. She's just not there yet. Like, so she doesn't know that she doesn't quite know that she's not ready, if that makes any sense at all. And the gap is more significant than either one. Look at all the love there, and the pentacles, like there's a lot of love and pentacles there, but the age gap, um is going to be a bit of an issue. Matter of fact, right after the age gap came in, then I thought, oh, I think that's about an age gap. And so then I said, show me, like, Riley on the inside. Show me her spirit on the inside is what I asked for the next card. This is who came up. This is who came up. See what you said. Putting him in a cast. That time I wanted to be a military man for life. Yeah, see, it's just, and everybody changes. Like, I'm gonna be, when I'm 60, I'm gonna look at myself now and be like, what a moron, or I thought things were gonna happen this way and they happen this way, right? Like, but there is a phase in life where the growth is more rapid and significant, and she's in there. She's in that phase. And I mean, and again, you'll see everything for here. Like, there's nothing that says absolutely not, don't do it. But they just are saying, here are all the things, you know, here are all the things that are factors, good and bad, right? Um, because we all have an inner child. And so every one of us would have turned up and showed an inner child. It's just that this one sort of believes, the thing that's significant here is this one sort of believes that, um, in a type, there's lots of magic in the world, but this little girl still believes in a type of magic that's not real, if that makes sense. Like, oh, we have problems, but we'll fix it through the magic of friendship, you know what I mean? Okay, so they had a lot to say, um on the Riley front. Hold on here. So this one came up next. And to me, just based on the things I know about you, right? And the order things came out in, okay. This is sort of about being defensive and stuff. And the fact that it came after, like, the age difference and the inner child and the defensive came next. And then we've all talked to you about the stuff. You've talked very openly about this stuff, right? When you guys think, oh, we might move in together, and then she sort of stops it, right? And and gets defensive about it, or just defensive in the other sense of the word, right, where she puts up a defense, a blockade, and it's because she knows she's not ready. Let's see. Just want to be happy, and if it's with me, I'll let her grow. If it's someone else, I hope she smiles. Light and shining. Our problem is that's how I always saw myself. You want to help people fix them and stress. So like when she has played red light green light with your relationship, it's never been, and we did a reading one other time about it, like um just one other time, and it wasn't this card that came up, but the fact that she played red light green light with your relationship did come up at that time. And yes, cheeky beaky, you had some fruit, and are you less cranky now, bird? Yeah, pretty baby, baby, baby beak, that's right. So that's the reason behind red light green light, is that she, of course, she loves you. You love each other very much, there's no denying that, it's not fake. um but the reason she gets freaked out, she may not even completely have words for, I'm too little, like, I'm not ready for this. um she may not really have that part figured out, but she just puts her foot on the brake because she sort of gets scared. And let's see here. What drove? Oh, the red light, green light drove you up a wall. Yeah, and I think part of the other reason, probably why it drove you crazy, is because she didn't even know when it was going to happen, right? Like, if and it felt. I mean, if she didn't know when it was going to happen to you, it felt extraordinarily random, right? Because it didn't always follow a line of thinking that was logical, right? It wasn't like, well, we had a disagreement about this, and so she pumped the brakes. No, it seemed out of the blue, and that's just because it's like a fear response. You know what I mean? It wasn't. It's not about you at all. She loves you. Like, if she didn't love you and really wish, look at her wishing. Look at her wishing with that happy ever after castle back there, right? If she didn't wish for happily ever after with you in some ways, like, you guys would have broken up and stayed broken up. She loves you a whole bunch, but I don't think she fully understands why she's afraid. And it's because her brain isn't even done cooking yet. Like, our brains aren't fully developed until like 24 or 5 years old. Now, plenty of people get married way before then and stay married. And and no one is saying, at least here so far, there's nothing saying like watch out, right? But like, um, you do need to go in with your eyes open. But that's why she pumped the brakes, because it's just a fear that she can't articulate. And so then what's interesting too, okay, so then the next thing that came up is the King of Wands. Here he is upright. But he was like this, right? And over that was judgment down in a hole. What I think is interesting though is that Gwen is a redhead. But so anyway, and we're still on the Riley side of things, but what was interesting, about this is, like, this is the part of you that rides your motorcycle gazillion miles an hour, right? And wants to ride the bulls, still, and all that stuff. But this is you being self-restrictive, right? Because that stuff makes her anxious, okay? And um and so then you're down, you're down in the hole of judgment, right? You're down in the hole of judgment because your person has judged and deemed some of your behaviors as too wilding and too unsafe, and that kind of stuff. And and so you try to honor that, but you sort of feel, you feel like it's an unfair judgment. And but I do think this is interesting. Again, it's on the Riley side, but there is somebody reaching down to help someone out, or I mean, I guess depending on the reading, what you're reading about. This is like tomb opening on Easter morning, and someone reaching to help Jesus come out, or whatever it is. Um, what's interesting is down in the tomb where your sort of wild self has been annexed or temporarily died. I do think it's interesting that this redhead is the one that's going to help you resurrect yourself. That's interesting to me. Yeah, I know you did. I know you sold your motorcycle, and we all were talking more often at that time. And I was even somebody like Pixie just now that said I can relate to concern. Abso-freaking-lutely, I can relate. But I will say this much. Um, Thinking about it, right? It's very interesting to me because I've had a lot of different partners and still do. But um, what's interesting is I've had some partners that were they took sizable risks. They lived wildly. Um, they did ride motorcycles everywhere and jumped off of building, like base jumping, and and I had no problem with some of them doing it, and I had problems with others doing it. And in retrospect, what it comes down to is trust. Like the ones in my life that rode their motorcycle all over town, and one of them even could get me on the back of it. And I hate motorcycles because I lost a dear friend on one at a really at an age where things were really forming in my brain, right? So at a very specific age, I lost someone. So I hate jet skis and motorcycles because I lost people. Um, and was present, so I saw the violent aspects of it. So it was formative for me. But there were some guys, and one in particular, I even got on the back of his motorcycle. And then there were other guys I was in relationships with where I would sort of say, please don't do that. Of course, you can't say I forbid you or over my dead body, but like you can say, hey, I don't like that, like how Pix said, I can relate to her concern, right? Um, I can relate to that concern, but it was actually your situation with the bull and the motorcycle, when you were talking about it, made me think about it a lot over the last several months. And what I came to conclusion of is the reason why I was chill with some and not others is the ones that I didn't have a problem doing. I used to just think, oh, I must not care about them as much. No, that's not it at all. I trusted them to handle their shit. And I wish I had been more aware of that then. That would have told me a lot more about the dynamics in our relationship, right? Whereas instead of sort of running away from the wild ones or making certain decisions because of some of their behaviors, I should have gone, hey, there's a reason why boyfriend A can do all the same stuff as boyfriend B, and I have no problem with it. And it doesn't mean that I'm not insinuating that like she hates you or doesn't trust you in an obvious way, but it could be a subconscious thing where there's some kind of imbalance, and so on the deep on the inside, that imbalance affects what she believes you can and can't do more than what she really thinks about your skill level. I don't like my husband riding a bike. It's not him that I don't trust, it's other people. Yeah, but still, it's one of those things. I bet you though, Pix. I mean, I could be wrong, but I bet you there have been times where you haven't worried about him at all when he's with certain people, like Irish maybe or something. And then I know that's ironic because of how Irish crossed, right? I think he was in it. Wasn't his accident on his motorcycle. I think that's how I'm remembering it. But still, um, I bet you there are certain times with Mr. Dust you're more nervous than others. She never forbade me from doing it. She expressed great disdain for it. She trusted me on it. She even got on the back with me. She didn't trust traffic after going into a crash binge. What's a crash? I don't understand the crash binge part. Yeah. See what I mean, Pixie? I mean, it's way more complicated than I'm stating it to be, but it did make me go, "Ooh, I need to look at this part. I trust this person to be a full ass man and handle himself, and I don't trust this person." Now, it could just be that that one of them is way more reliable and practical and mentally okay, and I connect that, or it could just be literally our chemistry and dynamic, right, allows me to be comfortable in one situation and not the other. But it almost doesn't matter what the reason is, if the energy, like, and the feelings are consistently like that. It should be something you consider, where you go, okay, well, I even if I'm wrong, maybe this person is the next evil Knievel. If I feel unsafe about it all the time, I need to examine how I feel in this relationship. Just in general, do I feel safe? Oh, binge crash videos on YouTube. That one of hell. I've taken gabapentin. It's otherwise known as Neurontin, Miss Claudia. Okay, so almost done with the Riley thing. Here's the other interesting thing. So, you know, this is the Joseph that we all know and love in terms of being a free spirit and being a guy that, you know, is unafraid to live, right? And this is what happened to him based on the judgments in a certain setting, right? And so it was sort of talking about, um, it's ironic too, because she's not really quite ready developmentally for all the things that you guys sort of want together. But because she genuinely, she's not bullshitting, she doesn't have it figured out yet that she's not grown enough. So she's trying to figure out why she feels that way. And so one of the things she points at is, well, I don't trust him with these motorcycles and these bulls and these things, right? That's what's scaring me. Because when you can't figure out what's scaring you, you she's very logical and she's trying to figure it out, right? So that's one thing she could pinpoint. Um, but the other thing that was really interesting about it is her other thing is like, so one thing was he's too wild sometimes for me and it scares me. But then right after that it came up that this came up, King of Pentacles, which I thought, well, that's for sure you, and like your wood shopping tools. I can't remember. I can't for the life of me remember what it is you make with the wood tools, but I remember that you do create things with wood tools. And I can't remember if it was furniture. Is she an earth sign? Is Riley an earth sign? Anyway, that was definitely you. Okay, so this is definitely you, right? And the King of Pentacles is like the king of stability. I mean, you know that, right? And then tied into that was the Temperance card. It was the last one, right? Um, for the Riley pile. So she teeter totters. She teeter totters between between no, it's too wild for me. And he is my center, and where I go to seek balance, he is he is the stability that I am craving, right? Um, through him, I can achieve. Through him, I can achieve balance. Who's this? Because so here that here's a part of the storytelling for you guys. Who's this to her? Is her mother past? Who's significant to a young woman's growth is crossed over for her? Because they were talking about it. Like, I wouldn't have thought that that was the most important part of this card, but they're talking about her grandma. And was her grandma like sort of like a large portion of, a, largely one of the people that raised her? But did she was a significant part of her stability, right? Like, it's not just like, oh, I loved my family member. It's like, whoever this is, yeah, okay. That's why she's included, and why they wanted to mention that here. Um, that some of the stop and start, right? Some of this pumping the brakes, pumping the brakes, pumping the brakes, and then laying on the accelerating and pumping the brakes has to do with the fact that she affiliates you with this person in terms of having someone who's a constant in her life. So even at times when she's been like slammed on the brakes and doesn't completely understand why, but does know that she's working on herself, right? Because she's not a girl like some of us can be, especially when we're young. She's not a girl that the second you guys split, she goes out and gets drunk and makes out with some cowboy somewhere. She pumps the brakes and then sort of goes into herself for a while. Um, and so then when you guys have been in separation for a little bit, she starts feeling like, oh, he's part of my foundation and he's gone. Um, and while that is extremely sweet and I think very true, you don't want her to choose you in the long run. Or you don't want anyone. You don't want anyone to choose you in the long run because you're comfortable and um, and uh, you are their stability. Not not that together you create. Not that together you create, this, but that you know you have a damn near like parental requirement to supply her with smooth sailing, right? Stability. Thank you, Pixie. Thank you. I was having a hard time. And again, none of these. There are so many of us and other people that in our past have made way worse relationship decisions. I'm not crapping on Riley at all, or you, right? Because these are very real reasons to want to stay in a relationship, right? And they're far healthier than a lot of the reasons that some of us have made choices about other relationships. But very clearly, the message is, you know, she's too little. That doesn't mean not someday, right? It doesn't. Um, I want to pull one more card, and then we'll just go over to Gwen because I think hers is interesting, and it'll go faster with Gwen because you guys haven't had such a long period of time together. Okay, so guides. Um, what is this? Okay, I'll put that to the side since you guys already threw it straight out. Um, okay, so guides, I think the question is, um, can you tell us about if it's accurate that Riley needs more time to develop into a grown up? And then, yeah, can you tell us if that's accurate? Does Riley need more time to develop into a grown up? She needs time to go through all the phases. Okay. If, okay, do they need to be like in a longer term? I was going to say, do they need to be in a longer term separation in order for her to be able to detach enough to take care of herself? Mm-hmm. Okay. And this is what it would look like if you rush it. Okay. What could their relationship look like if they took some considerable time off to just date around and grow and stuff like that? If they came back together after a significantly like growth filled separation, what would it look like if they came back together after having time to grow? What would that look like? Okay. So, yes, she needs time. She's it basically so basically the answer was she um she doesn't even realize that she's trying to jump a phase. She doesn't even realize um that she's sort of going from teenage slash childhood into matrimony land, and that there's not been like a, doesn't necessarily have to mean a partying stage, but like a young, free and detached sort of thing that tells you a lot about who you are. She's trying to skip a whole phase. And the answer about, should they take a separation long enough for them to um, really feel like they're able to move on and heal and do some things in the interim. The answer was definitely yes, because it's a moving truck, right? And then if you just ignored the signs of needing growth, and just moved forward regardless, first of all, this is the card that you get as the outcome, and it was inverted on top of that. Then I asked, what would it be like? What would it look like? Can I get one support card for this, guys? Can you clarify that one about what would it look like if they came back together after having a good time to grow? Oh, okay. I get it now. Okay. So when I asked what could it look like, just possibilities, exploring possibilities. What would it look like if they took healthy time apart, and moved on for a while and dated and did their own thing? First, what you got was the Fool. Now it's Major Arcana, and this is a love deck, right? So that's why I asked for clarifiers, because look at the candles and the wine and the rose petals and stuff. Um, and I thought, the Fool sometimes can be, feel judgy, but really all the Fool means, when, well, you know all of this stuff, Joseph, but like it's about the whole beginning, a new beginning, a fresh beginning. And so, and in this case, I asked for support cards just to show me, right? Um, and so the support cards were the Two of Wands, right? Which is like the Two of Cups is better than the Lovers, so is the Two of Wands. It means mentally now everyone is on the same page. Everyone is mentally developed enough to be on like really good terms. And then this was the next one, the Empress, which, as you know, in tarot represents the motherhood. Motherhood. So it was like, seriously, do you guys think they should fully move on? They brought you a moving truck. What would it look like if you didn't move on and you just not very happy? What would it look like if you got the time you needed to learn about yourself and other people and date around and grow up? So that's very helpful. So I'll move. I know I get tedious and I drive people crazy because I want to be thorough. Um, okay. So, okay, Gwen. Gwen. Um, I think so. Looking at the cards, we might wind up throwing one or two support cards just if we have questions, but I think it's interesting. I think the reason she sparked for you is engaging with her, whether that's literally, I mean, we could ask that question, but whether that's literally just talking to her at the register, but, really talking. But she's going to be someone, you guys are going to be something that really helps you explore who you are, um, and answer some questions about yourself to yourself in a way that you haven't gotten to do in a while, right? Because you've had the same person give, or group of people giving you feedback. Your feedback loop has been with the same group for a long time. And so introducing someone new to your life, um, you'll be getting different feedback, which is going to be useful. So the first one that came up, right, was the star for you guys. There you are, stargazing, looking up, having conversations. To me, if you're just interpreting it just based on the imagery, right? Um, this takes this kind of activity, right? Um, with another person when you do this, especially if they're sort of new to you. It's an introspective activity. It's a very vulnerable activity. It's very thought provoking. So to me, like that's a good thing, a good place to be with a new person, that you can really talk to them, that you can really explore both your thoughts just by watching, outside of yourself, watching yourself interact with a new person, but also getting her feedback as well, and literally feedback from the universe. And then the next one was interesting, because it's a major arcana too, and it's the Justice card. Oh, hold on one second. Sorry, that was animals and humans and Noah's Ark. Welcome back, Carter. Okay, so really quick. So stars, right? The star and justice, right? Were the first two that fell. Those are major arcana, right? So big life lessons, right? Um, the Queen of Pentacles came next, which this is her. Um, I don't know if you already get this vibe just from looking at her, because I'm sure at work, like people, especially. Okay, let me ask it this way. Do you get the vibe that she's a little less conventional than your most recent partner? Driven, or yeah, like driven, or like because pentacles are money, but they also are stability. But in this that clearly, like in this case, this particular queen finds her stability in slightly less conventional things. And I don't think that'll be too weird for you. I think it might even feel a little bit more like family to you in some ways, right? Because you have uh, unconventional, mm, there's which is so it's a I'm putting air quotes because everybody in the whole free world is different from one another, but um she's less conventional than maybe a small town would indicate sometimes, um okay, so then the next thing that came was the Knight of Wands, but inverted. Yeah, this sort of, like, the picture sort of gives Wicca vibes, but I think she's gonna be, well, maybe not than your family. I don't know, but like than your most recent partner for sure. And I think even before then, I think she's gonna be. Let me ask. She at least wants very much to present like a free spirit to the extreme. Can you clarify this about her for us? Can you give us just like one more detail about um like what aspect of herself this symbolizes? Yeah. She's she's look, this was the support card pulling you along on an adventure, right? Um like her love language, right, is not going to be it's not going to be gifts or traditional. It's not going to be traditional in any way. Maybe she's a romantic, but it's not going to be. She's not a wine and roses kind of gal, which is great for you. Um, you know, an animal bone or a magical looking rock, or but even above all of that, it's the experience, right? So it's going to be the things you experience together, the things she experiences in the world, right? Um, what do you call that? It's a learning type. Help me, Joe, if you're awake. Um, is it kinetic learner? Um,
Uh, could you clarify the question?
there's types of learners, right? And learning by doing, learning by touching. Kinesthetic. I
Kinesthetic.
said kinetic. Okay. So she's a kinesthetic learner, right? Like, so she's very smart. You can see it, right? But she needs to have her hands like full, not just because she's a hard worker like some other people. She needs she needs to have her hands in everything. That's how she learns. She needs to touch the hot stove, even though people told her it was hot. She needs somebody that wants to go on an adventure with her. But also, I would say, not me actually, they are saying, should put it that way. They are saying, um, she really wants to have a turn to lead you into adventure too. And I think they're probably highlighting that because, you definitely are somebody that's like, let me, here, I'll guide you, I'll keep you safe. Um, but she gets just as excited about doing that for others as you do, right? You need to let her sometimes. This is the type of girl that you need to let her lead the adventure sometimes, and she'll get great joy in showing you new things and in opening doors for you. And it's not to, she doesn't look like somebody that's trying to make a big old feminist point. She just gets, she delights in being a gentleman as much as you do. And okay, so then the knight of wands. Okay, he's a charmer, but he was like this. Okay, and I asked them what that meant, and it meant you are an extremely charming guy. Everyone in this room knows that, right? Um, and we all know you could be charming in any way you want to, but there are certain ways that you've adapted that are just sort of second nature, and that have worked for you. But what's going to be interesting about her, and I think why she's there, um, and I guess if it doesn't wind up being her, it's another girl, right? But I think it's her. But so anyway, or she'll introduce you to this other girl. I'm not sure. Maybe she's the gateway. Is she, guys? Is she? Can you show us? Is she this girl, or is she just the gateway to the girl? Okay, everything's falling. Sort of answered it. Is she the girl, or is she the gateway to a different girl? Come on, hands. No, okay, she's the girl. I mean, I sort of thought so, but so, um, your normal charms won't work on her, and um, no, I don't think you have to dial it back. It won't bother her. I don't see anything that says like your normal charms will annoy the crap out of her. It's just going to help you explore a different aspect of yourself that's already exists and is already wonderful, but that no one, maybe not no one, but that you would be surprised that a sort of romantic partner of a certain type would really be into that aspect of your personality or those aspects of your personality. So you're used to, presenting yourself from one angle, at least initially, you know what I mean? Like everybody does. And she's going to be like, yeah, that's cool and all, but I want to see these parts of you. Um, and so I think that'll be really fun. That, it looks like it'll be really fun, and you'll get reminded of the full expanse of who you are, and you'll get to play with aspects of your yeah. Yeah, it's like sorry, they're talking to me, and so now I'm not talking to anybody but them. It's a totally it's a different type of take on love that than you've tried before, and I think you're gonna really like enjoy doing that. Like what's interesting about it too is like I got cards like this. Like okay, here's the Four of Wands in this deck, right? Look at that. Look at how sweet and like conventionally like romance novelty that looks. Or like look at this one, how it looks like sort of like conventional romanticism. But what they're saying is, and then this, the whole Ace of Cups, you got like the whole new I take on how to feel your way through, right? But what's interesting is what it'll be like is all of the feelings will mirror like a conventional. It'll feel warm on the inside like the movies tell you should feel, but for none of the movie reasons, right? it'll you'll feel extremely romantic with this person, and none of the activities will be traditionally romantic, if that makes any sense. Same tricks I used before won't work out in the long run. Well, of course, yeah. Piece it off from what she said. Absolutely, but even just that right there, right? Like piece it off what she said. Enjoy doing and create it from there, right? I, you know, I, they're sort of saying she's the type of person that won't let you get comfortable doing that. Like, and it was not a mean thing. Like she or who, if for some reason she's the gateway to the next girl, right? But the next girl, the person that's not Riley, what they're going to be like is really delighting in like she'll just like I think it's going to be the same. I think you're going to look straight at into her in some ways and see things about her that are very true and real that none of her other romantic partners have ever been able to see before. And you'll see it like right away. And the same will be with her and you. But um because no one else has seen those things about you guys, even though she's seeing them, you won't necessarily realize she is. And she's going to take a great deal of joy in she's going to constantly pull the rug out from under you, and not in a mean or destructive way, in a way where it's like, yeah, I know you're smart and you can lean on your intellect, but what happens if we are in this new experience you've never experienced before, and and I surprise you with it so you don't even know it's coming, and she just wants to feel through brand new things together with you. She doesn't want you to say like, I'll build it from there. Like she doesn't want anything built. Like she wants you guys to um, jump from lily pad to lily pad together and like really enjoy the adventure. She wants adventure, and I think the reason all these conventionally romantic things are here, right, is because for both of you there'll be a certain type of trust where you can go on these adventures and not feel vulnerable to be trying something new, and not feel like frustrated that you should have it figured out. It'll You'll delight in being dumb together. Yeah, spontaneous is a good word for it. but trying, both of you trying things you've like literally never tried. She's gonna virtually get off on watching you learn something new, and vice versa. And she's gonna be thrilled um, at and more impressed by you in a situation you've never experienced, and how you handle that, how you go into, like Pixie said, like a spontaneous thing, right? You go into this spontaneous thing and you don't handle it like a grouchy asshole who wants to be in control all the time. You go, okay, let's just jump into the mud and get all mudded up. Um, and just not be afraid. And it's going to be a big deal that she's not afraid of you. I think she has some reasons in her past to be afraid of some folks, probably because she's always been this girl, right? She's always been this girl where it's like, come on, go on an adventure with me. And she's been so free spirited, I think that she's likely been injured. And and so she's never given up on the adventure thing, but she's always had to like have um like one one hand on the ripcord at all times while she's on an adventure, because she hasn't always been able to trust people. She's going to be able to trust you, and you'll be able to trust her, and because of that, you guys can fully immerse yourself in these adventures. Now, the thing about that is you got the Nine of Swords. Some of this can be painful too, because it's opening up whole new areas of yourself, and it's opening them up relatively quickly, and there could be some bruises and stuff, right? And that part's a little bit scary, but it's gonna be okay. Look at this. I literally think this kind of looks like, I don't know if the color on my computer is good enough, but this girl is a green-eyed redhead. Knight of Pentacles. That's you in this situation. I'm sorry, the King of Swords. And if you look at the background of this, right? He's an architect that's building something. So like, and the bushes are in the shapes of hearts, and the house, a large portion of the house is windows, right? Which sort of suggests a vulnerability and an openness, being able to build an entirely new structure. And it's a pretty vulnerable structure, and it's surrounded by the bushes of love. And look at the smile on his face too. This was a labor of literal love, building something brand new. Help you to unlearn the habits that are no longer useful or necessary. Put some back in. I'm literally keep. Oh, come on. She's also just not afraid of your shadow side, right? Like you've been really careful with your shadow side in life, and especially with the ladies, because you're trying very hard. Not trying very hard. You are a gentleman, right? And in some ways, you have in the past believed that being a gentleman means keeping any sort of shadow or beastie side about yourself away from their experience. And something about the situation, like it's the moon, and there she is, right? And there you are, you're the wolf howling at the moon. And it's just going to be a fuller spectrum experience. And then the Hermit card dropped, and I sort of asked what that was about. And they basically sent me a download, like a picture of the way that you sort of like when you spend time alone, the ways you like to spend time alone, right? And that this is actually about you guys are really going to enjoy being alone together. And I don't mean like the type of girlfriend or girl that like knows it's your alone time and cramps your style by coming along. No, like you'll be able to go on adventures together. I'm going to make sure I'm right about this. Can you show me about the adventures together? And not speak. the death card. Yeah. Um, that's right. That's right. A whole new. And I love that particular death card too. Um, but yeah, people always are like, it means death. It's like, no, it means rebirth. It means starting over certain aspects. It's a reboot. And I don't know. I don't know if she's going to be anyone that's even, I don't know that she's going to be super long term, but she's going to be super significant. And then whenever, if you guys then decided to part ways, no matter how soon or distance that is, you will have been reintroduced to certain aspects of yourself that you've stifled, and your relationships with everyone that you care about will benefit from you being more comfortable with the fullness of yourself. So she may not be the mother of your children, but she is going to rebirth your inner child for you. And I keep trying to find out, is this Gwen, or is Gwen the doorway to this person? I know your temperament is nothing and your desires are nothing like mine in terms of how the types of relationship structure that you want and stuff, right? But and so this is mostly a metaphor, right? And if it actually is some private part of yourself or the way you work, I don't need to know. And if you don't want to talk about it in chat, that's fine. But like, it's probably because of the language that I understand that they're using. But they're using a lot of like BDSM metaphors, right? They're using a lot of talk about, growing comfortable again with parts of yourself that have always been there, but that you've been afraid would either scare some people or would be unchivalrous or something. And um, and and again, I think they're using BDSM too because of the power exchange, because the power exchange in BDSM is extremely, extremely balanced and equal. Like it won't work if it's not perfectly fairly distributed. but it's unconventional, and it takes bravery on both sides, and it is definitely exposing in terms of um, certain vulnerabilities, and so they're showing me all that stuff because it's a metaphor that I understand for for you know being unafraid to be a whole the whole you, even though some of those parts are dark or aggressive or daring, and I think you're understanding. Her name, you mean? Yeah, no, I don't think they're suggesting BDSM for you. That's not what I mean. I think that it's just a metaphor for um, what sharing whatever your dark shadow side is, and being vulnerable enough to show that to someone, and them having maybe an equally significant dark side, and you being strong enough and open-minded enough to accept that, um and again, the balance of, like, quote unquote power, which is just energy, right? The balance of energy, and really being able to um, pass the reins to them easily without hesitation, and the same for them. They give you a chance to be in control without having any worries that you being in control is a danger to them or anyone else. And the same thing, you give them the reins and have no worries about it. You didn't think what at all? Well, if and a go again, if you're talking about the name came out of nowhere, if you're talking about Gwen or Gwendolyn, it was so weird because um I mean, I guess I know of Gwen Stefani, right? But I've only ever known, like, in real life, one Gwen, which was short in her case for Gwendolyn, and I didn't know her well, but, like, it was one of those things, like, in my early 20s or late teens or whatever. I had a boyfriend that cheated, and he cheated with somebody named Gwendolyn. And excuse me, she had an extremely unique look. Um, the way she dressed and styled her hair and stuff were like, I've still never seen anybody. I don't even know what her style could have been called at the time, but it was an extremely unique to her um, style of dressing and functioning in the world and stuff like that. It was almost like her living was performance art for her or whatever. And so that's the only reason why I got the name, is because they kept showing me that girl. I don't think they were in any way inferring your person is like that girl. But that's the only way I would ever know that name, is because that girl was so specific to a time in my life. You didn't think what, though? That's what I still want to know. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, it was no, it was just the best way to get me to understand their meaning about vulnerability and that kind of stuff. Have you have you ever dated more than one person at once? I mean like just really casually, like when you're not in a thing, where I'm just speaking on like when you've been on a date or two with someone, and um no one has had the hey, are we just seeing each other conversation yet, and um so in that window of time you went on a couple of other dates. Okay, they keep talking about that, and I'm not sure why. I don't know. It feels like what they're showing me is it's like um, if the opportunity came up, it may not be the worst idea because um, you are so loyal and honorable that sometimes you feel like if you've been on one date with a person, you owe them your um, your devotion, right? And I think they want to send the message is that your devotion is something that is earned, not just automatically given. I don't know. Okay, does it does can you guys tell us, does is what does Gwen's current dating situation look like? What is her current, what the heck is this? What does Gwen's current dating situation look like? Can you please show us that? Oh, that's come up twice. Okay. Okay, there she is. So it's definitely talking about her. You guys said two more? Hmm. You were right. Not completely, but so you said that she might be talking to someone else right now. I don't think she's talking about. Um, I mean, if she's talking to somebody, it's not significant. But this kept coming up. It's the Ten of Cups, but it was inverted, and I thought I was dropping too many cards, so I just kept putting it back in to re shuffle, and it came out three times upside down, which just means she's very decidedly not looking for a commitment. It doesn't mean she has one elsewhere. It just means she's not looking for one at this time. And then the card that represented her came up right after that, right? as did the death card, right? And those were all reassimilated back into the deck. Um, she's not looking to immediately, you know, commit to something, and but it is her. And she is sort of starting over. And I do think her last relationship was a doozy, right? So that's, I think, and then we're done. I'll stop now. But like, I think that's why they wanted me to do one more time, so hey, it's not something that we can usually ask somebody we just met. Hey, was your last relationship a complete nightmare that has you terrified? But of dating. But so she's not looking for anything to make a commitment this right now, right? So if you guys were to go out, you might get the hey, I'm not looking to settle down anytime soon thing. But um, which I think is why they kept the focus on what you could learn from each other and how it's going to be great learning and great fun and really enjoyable and stuff. At one point, my guides even said something to the effect um, of like basically you learning and doing all these cool things and having like sort of this new fresh energy and a new take on yourself. And then they said wouldn't that be so cool to take that back to Riley later on? Yeah, well, I think the way that card looks, like, I don't think she would even have to say anything to you. Like, it's Gwendolyn. Now, I'm sure her name isn't really Gwen, but because you've generated so much energy around the name, now it makes me wonder where in your life it will come back, like what it's going to symbolize later on. Like, will somebody be like, oh, help, I have this. In our family, we just adopted this dog, and now we found out our toddler is allergic. Will please somebody take this dog? And you'll be like, oh, well, I don't know. I don't know if I really have time for that. And then they'll be like, oh, but Gwendolyn needs a home. And it'll be a symbolism for you to be like, nope, that's my person. My dog person. Makes me wonder what it'll mean. Like, for example, um, like I said, with my kiddo, I had it figured out he was going to be a boy pretty early on. But like really in the first couple of weeks, I got really excited thinking about um, like if if it was a girl, what the name would be, and if it was a boy, what the name would be. And then really just a few short weeks later, I never thought about the girl name. And people would say, well, what if it's a girl? And I'd say, well, I had a name I liked, but it's not relevant. Like, I'm not going to use that name, right? And I didn't. However, when my husband and I decided to get married, to legitimize our bastard, I'm just kidding, but um, he was looking to get a ring um, to try and better his credit. And jewelry store is one of the ways where you can help fix your credit pretty quickly, or start, if you don't have any, start it, because you get like a jewelry store card and purchase something that you can already afford, but you do it on the card and immediately pay it back or whatever. And so he was like, could you go just like pick out a ring, um, and I would love it to be like exactly this much because because of the payment and all this stuff. And I was like, I don't know if that could happen or whatever. And I'm not really familiar with fancy jewelry stores anyway and that kind of stuff. So I went in there and didn't even know where to begin to look and whatever. And then I was like, um, I realized they named their jewelry. I didn't know that. I didn't know that, like, it's like, hey, this is the Leslie bracelet and the um Shaka Khan toe ring or whatever. Like, they name their stuff. So I was just sort of standing in there like, I don't know what to do in here. And I heard somebody say to somebody that was shopping, "Oh, you're going to love this Angela necklace," or whatever it was. And I said, like, why did you name it? And they're like, "Oh, they all have names." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, um we're trying to do a thing about credit, and I don't know what to purchase." And and I said, "What names do you have?" Because I was looking for some kind of sign. And so the ring I got is um its name was the name for the girl. Like, if my son had been a girl, that would have been his name. And so it came back in the form of a ring. And that was the exact right price to help start credit, to pay, the thing off to get a better line of credit. Yeah, I had no idea. But regardless, it just wound up being like the sign, it was just all I needed to know that the universe was like, that's how you're going to fix your credit. Buy a ring named after your girl list. A sleepy time to get to. Yeah, well, he chose his first name, and then I double checked the day before I found out about his gender. I said, "Can you send me any sign? Because as soon as they tell me you're a boy, I already know. But as soon as they tell me, I'm going to start calling you by this name." And his name means like God's woodsman, or sometimes it can mean like the feller of trees. And and when I woke up that morning, there had been a storm, and this giant old tree from my neighbor's yard got knocked over and was laying all the way from his fence line and across my entire yard and into the neighbor's yard on the other side. Yeah, sleep well. Thank you for coming. It was good to see you. We don't see each other very often, but if you would just let me know through the grapevine or something, if you talk to Amanda or somebody, or so that we can tell everybody what her real name is. Okay, Cat. Cat needs to crash. Good, you crash. I would love to later on hear how things went today, because or maybe I lost a day. I'm not sure. I had a bad pain day yesterday too, so I think I lost a day. But eventually, I'd like to know how it went with your daughter when you guys got to go do something. I think that was Monday. Yeah, Pixie. So it's called Mirabella, which was going to be Kiddo's name if he was a girl. It's the same one as when Nook. Oh, Joseph Nook got engaged. Our friend called the Nook, right, from Mermaid's Chat. She got engaged over the holiday, and so she was in here the other night sharing her ring. And so I got this one out just because they look really similar. I don't wear it very often, but yeah, it's called Mirabella. Oh, now I'm taking it off. Welcome back, Claudia. Beep, beep. Yeah, I assume you guys mean the name. Yeah, it is pretty. Yeah, I mean, just knowing my personality and my eccentric ass, it's amazing that, you know, Mirabella was was on the list and that it wasn't like Moonbeam or something. Mirabella. And then, you know, if we're ever fortunate enough to have another girl, have a girl, I say another because we've lost some girls, but like have one permanently join the family either through adoption or something, um, we know it's not going to be Mirabella, but like very much have known for a few years what her name would be, which is cool. What's the sign, Miss Cat? Woohoo, I get to take something for my discomfort again. Woo woo. What kind of sign? Yeah, yeah. And Kiddo, you know, Kiddo was already well born at that time. And so we didn't need the name. So, and yeah, and it really was like at the time he was like, I don't care what it is, but can it be literally like he had a number in his head, you know, that wasn't like a round number. It wasn't like $800, you know what I mean? It was very specific. And then this ring was on sale, and you know, with the percentage off, it was the exact it was the exact number, which I thought was interesting. I mean, he and I have Kiddo's dad and I have had weird synchronicities for forever. Like, for example, like I slept in his bed with his cat a couple of different times, years, years before he and I met. I had slept in his room, in his bed with his cat Zena. And then we can pinpoint like probably somewhere between like 15 and 20 different occasions where we were at the same very small like house party or gathering of some kind, where like he would walk out and 10 minutes later I would walk in, or vice versa. That stuff went on for years, years. But when I figured out that I had slept in his bed with his kitty cat several different times, that one was crazy to me. Also, my weird, you know, I didn't feel like I was that. Um, I mean, I always was talking to dead people, but I never felt like there was any kind of psychic element to it necessarily. But he and I had been seeing each other for like 2 weeks, and I said to him one night when I was right, and he was. I said, it's so weird because I know that you're extremely significant to me, like extremely, like more than most people, but I cannot for the life of me figure out what it is. And then I said, it's like, sorry, I know there's weird lag. So then I said, it's almost like if I could have a baby, I would think you were going to be the father or something. But you know, they've been telling me for years I can't have a baby, so it's not that. I don't know if like I'm going to give you a kidney, or you're going to give me a kidney or something like that. But like, you know, uh, you are so significant, and like I don't know if we'll ever, like, if we'll fall in love, and I don't know, like, or maybe we'll be best friends, or maybe one of us will come out of the closet and we'll be the other's hag, but and so I don't understand what our dynamic is exactly. I just know it's like you're so essential to my life for some reason. And he was like, you can't have children, and I was like, no, so it can't be that. And then he made a joke about how much he drank and did drugs, and so he probably couldn't make sperm that would create children anyway. And that was 2 weeks after meeting him. And then, like, I'm mathing, like 6 months later I was pregnant. I'm stopping the camera to swallow pills. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I mean, I'm sure there's people in this room that have things that are like that too. Or at least really cute ways of meet. Like Kat and her husband have like a movie, like a romantic comedy kind of meet cute. My dog had a date. You could that could be the name of your screenplay. My dog had a date. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was like, I don't understand. There we go. My dog had a date. I'm curious about people's which is so cute. It's so cute that he took such a shine to you, and you were like, no, he really wants to see my dog Eddie again, or whatever. Mm, that's right. That's right. Because Eddie, you guys, you became his parents since you've been together. I forget sometimes because you're technically still newlyweds, right? So I forget that you knew each other a long time before that. So if you guys were gonna make, or maybe some of you have, right? What do they call them? Like is it a dream board? Um, what is it called? Um,
Do you mean a vision board?
I think so. Hold on, but there's another word they call it. Yeah, there's vision boards. Some I guess call them dream boards. There's another word that there's another common word phrase for it. Third anniversary. I think I have you guys on my calendar now. I'm double checking. Hmm. Maybe I don't. Thought I did. It was right around Valentine's Day, wasn't it? So yeah, so dream board or vision board, whether you've made one or not, does anybody know, like, can anybody name 3 things they would put on their vision board for this year? I can already think of one of Pixie's for sure. Nobody. Well, so for sure the yellow house is on yours, right? February 7th or 8th? What do you mean? I lost a lot of stuff from my calendar when I changed phones this time. So I'm just putting you guys on both days. And so it's funny because it says C&D wedding anniversary day 1 on the 7th and C&D wedding anniversary day 2 on the 8th on my calendar. Is there, can you think of, so Pix, I know like the house is a big one. Is there anything else that you can think of? Or is there something you can think of for someone you love? Okie dokie, sleepy lady. I'm not trying to keep you up though. I know you're getting tired. I think Claudia came back, but I think then she fell asleep. I'm not sure though. Marriage license. I don't know why. I feel like it's going to be the. I'm going to look at the calendar now. I want to look at it. So it depends. So, like, just looking at the calendar, if she got married on a Saturday, then her anniversary is the 7th. If she got married on a Sunday, it's the 8th. It's the 7th. Hi, David. The 7th. So you got married on a Saturday. I was doing calendar math. What's on your vision board, Joe? One of the things.
Moving,
You need a new apartment, huh?
something like that. Yes.
Well, I don't know. Would you like rent out a room in someone's house or something, maybe?
Um. Yeah, depending where the person lives. Yeah. I would not be averse to that.
Mm-hmm. What if they didn't make you pay?
Well, I mean, they would have to. I would have to be, worthy of that kind of trust. So I would not accept that from anybody.
Cats laugh crying. What else? You want to be published?
Yes.
Is that on for this year or next year?
Well, I didn't put a time, a specific time. Like the other name for these things are goal boards, apparently, and I guess with those you probably put milestones and times. But mine is more of a vision board. So, but I mean, I would like to be published. Um, you may clean your house. Yeah, the other one is to find ways of doing things and generating revenue, um, where I could work from home.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause, I mean, especially if you don't have rent to pay for that room, like I see why you'd be worried.
Yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Yes. And I want to learn some new things, new ways to tell stories, to teach, using technology and traditional stuff, kind of get out of the sort of comfort zone that I've been in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, publish is still on mine because, well, I have the thing written. I just need it illustrated.
Yeah, no, I have it written down on a card in front of me. I'm reading it out to you, actually.
Yeah, I haven't made one. But I know, like I asked if people for three things because, like, I don't expect. There's no way I could. No, I haven't done one, but like, I could figure out three things.
Yeah, I have four things listed there, and I think I
Oh,
told you.
he had to one up me.
I didn't.
Is one of the things on the list one up Poppet?
No, but I'll write it down now. So now I'll
You
have
can
two
cross it
things.
out. Well, you can cross it out already.
Oh, okay. So I'll write it down and cross it out. Okay, fair enough.
Kat says teaching online you can set the syllabus. I'm only laughing in my head because not where he taught before.
Yeah, I was constrained by a very, very ridiculous syllabus.
But that's also because the person that was running the place he works at is not an educator.
But he doesn't. He thinks he is. I mean, but
No,
yeah,
but he doesn't have any background education. He just has money. He's an investor. Okay, love you two picks. Um, I probably will text it to you at some point when I remember to as well. But please remind Krista, your mom said one of the most important things that was said is that she does really want to do peds and she's worried about the other stuff and that some of what's going on now is to prepare her for that. Love you. You're the best group of people ever too. Okay, Miss Cat, love you too. Thank you guys for your help and for hanging out. I know I didn't do any official readings, but I also didn't pre-post that I was going to be here and stuff like that. And Joe and I are looking into Twitch streaming because I already have Twitch, so just got to figure it out. And I need to hit 1,000, just 1,000 on TikTok so I can stream over there. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. Miss Cat literally could give direct advice about doing that job. That's so great too. The universe, literally, one of somebody that could at least like speak on it and be a good mentor in terms of just having conversations. Likewise, Pix. I mean, and I still want you to come to the chat room. And of course, Mr. Dust is invited too, right? Since it's sort of like everybody, a lot of people there are on dates or whatever. But we can also have girls' night out or something. Yes. Primarily literotica is where we go. It's adult theme, and of course, there's plenty of people there doing adult typing. But because it's all typing and like no cams or mics or whatever, even if somebody's a total pervert, they're the type of total pervert that loves to write and that are very good at creative writing for the most part. And so you can meet a wide variety of pervs, or also people that are just healthy about that stuff. Amazingly enough, and learn a lot about people's interests. And it's really safe way to learn about things that you don't like. Like it's always been great to me because like I can hear people that like certain things talk about why, and because it's online, I don't feel like, oh, this creep is going to try and talk me into doing something I don't want to do, or whatever. Nope, I can just let them enjoy whatever they do in their parts of the chat room. And there's so many word nerds. They even have trivia rooms that are. They have a lot of places that are non-sensual on that site, which is fun. Yeah, there's a lot of role players. But there are some people that literally sit there and do just normal like Jeopardy style trivia, and it's fun. You're not literally illiterate. So okay, I'll have to send you guys links because it's free, right? And I've been chatting there for oh my gosh, like I think almost 20 years now, and um, so it's free. There's never charge for anything, but they nowadays, um, you do have to when you sign up and create like a screen name or whatever. Um, their head mods or whatever, or the people that own the site, I'm not sure, review just to make sure you're not like a robot or some sort of, I don't know what else they do. But they review, and then it takes like usually like 24 hours to get an email back that says, okay, go ahead and sign in. Yeah, I'm an OG. So's Joe, actually. I don't I don't know if it's been 20 years. It's been close to that for him too.
You're more gangster than me, but I do have the colors.
You've been there as long, is the point. Pretty close to as long. Um, I've had so many screen names there over the years. I was um, insane Flutter, and people called me Flutter. I was Terpsichore. She's one of the muses. I was Whimsy and Plucky Little Poppet. I have that sign in there. I don't ever really use it, but I have it just in case I wanted it. And then my grown up TikTok channel name is the one I chat under the most these days. And I'm happy to text that to y'all later. It's not dirty or anything. I just don't. Mm-mm. No, that's not where we met. But yeah, Poppet. Poppet was one of my names there. Trying to remember what my name was um, before Joe and I started going there together. That's all right. I'll figure it out. Ouch. And yeah, I subscribed to you because I figured out because I'd sent you a link to Amanda's thing. So then it said something like user number blah 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 blah. Looked at that link you sent, and I was like, "There's only one person I think so that has that." I sent the link, so I subscribed to you. And then I have a plucky little poppet one too, so I'll come and find you on that one. I need to start doing more with that one. I just was so excited to find um, like a whole group of people, with similar grown up interests to me on TikTok that I sort of signed into that screen name and I spent a lot of time there. And I think, Kat, the I'm gonna send you a link to my grown up one first because I'm logged into it already. Is why, but I'm pretty sure Pix and I are friends on there. Okay, let's see. How do I share this? What's my QR code, Joe? Is that what I want to share?
I don't know.
How do I share my channel? Just want to send her a copy. Home. No. I'll figure it out. I'll send it to you. Yeah, love you. Good night. And I'll send you a link and then I'll point out Pixie also. Yeah, where is user number something? Night, ladies. Okay. I'm gonna find it and I'll text it to you. So there's Manda's. Oh, okay. So if I wanted to share it, I don't understand what a QR code is. It's a thing that you can scan so people can follow you. But, like, what if people don't know how to scan? Okay, so since I can't figure that out, I'm gonna do Literotica where you can make a screen name so I can send it to Pix. Okay, here's the page. Okay, I found the right thing. For pixie dust. Yay. Okay, so I'll send this one to Cat too before I forget. Chat room thingy. I can't spell thingy. There we go. Okay, sent it. Sent it, and I sent it. Leap of faith. Oh, Vicky, you scared me. Okay. I did it! I used to think there was a way to like see, hey, who's in your live. Like there used to be a thing you could click on and it would list the people in your live. You know, if it was your channel. Now they don't. Excellent. I knew you were here, and I know that those ladies left, and so it says from the StreamYard angle, it says there's three, but it doesn't count me or Joe when when it counts how many people are present. So it used to be that you couldn't do it through StreamYard, but you could like go on your phone to YouTube and click and see a list of everyone that was in your chat, even if they weren't talking. Um, but I can't even find the button of what to, what I can hit to look at the list. Oh yeah, you were a mod in Mermaid's Room, weren't you? No. Were you a mod somewhere else? I feel like at some point you were talking about maybe you were. I was gonna say maybe you were in Mermaid's Room when you talked about it. Hmm. I totally thought. I guess I have it wrong. I totally thought one time there was a conversation between you and Kat where it was like you were like, "Hey, I am mod for so and so or whatever," and I think I said, "Well, Kat," and it's true in the past. Like Kat has, I don't know if she currently is a mod for a lot of rooms. Like I think some of them are rooms she doesn't go back to anymore, or some of them maybe they didn't need mods as badly or whatever. But she, in terms of like people trusting her, which she is, she is very trustworthy and honest and blunt and stuff. Um, you know, there was a time like when we first met where she was she listed like seven. I think I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say like seven different. Hold on a second, someone just scared the crap out of me. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Ooh, he scared the tar out of me. Usually, like, he makes a lot of joyous noise in the hall or knocks or screams my name or something. But he snuck up on me. He snaked. He snaked up. Miss Claudia, I think one of the friends you were talking about from TikTok, one of your friends, not whoever you're talking about with hula hooping, but someone else. I think she's a friend of yours because it was like right after you said like, "Hey, I pointed out your channel to some friend or another friend or something." Um, and and I think she works at a gas station, and sometimes you see her stream from the gas station. Is that your friend? She's also, I think, I'm pretty sure, often like saying, "Hey, we've got this fundraiser." You know, when they have like fundraisers on the counter at the gas station where people can put change in it or whatever. I think she's often raising funds. No, it was like right after you were like you had talked about finding my TikTok that's not that's not tarot oriented. That's about grown ups. Hold on, I'm gonna go look at for the name and see. So looking. My phone says, "Girl, I might die soon." Well, I think you know another name because you talked about what was at one point to me, just like, and we were texting or something, you talked about one or two of like the things I had on that other channel. So, I mean, I think you bumped into it. Let's see here. Well, I'm determined to find it. There's one called Heather that I thought you mentioned a friend named Heather. And Trisha's the other one. And the only reason I thought, I mean, I'm mistaken, but the only reason I thought they were attached to you at a certain point was, like I said, at some point you were like, hey, I saw this on your page, and I was like, oh yeah, that's my adult page or whatever. Um, they probably sent you a link showing you something on TikTok, but I was signed into that one or whatever. And you said something like, well, I showed some video or something to a friend and they subscribed, but I mean, you could have also meant on YouTube, and I just thought TikTok because we had been talking about it. Either way, it doesn't matter. I just was trying to figure out, because one of these ladies that I thought maybe you knew is always doing genuine. I don't think she's a scammer or anything. She's doing genuine fundraising for people. Do you do chat rooms, Miss Claudia? I know that there's some like socialization apps, that you were signed up for that you then talk with the people from there through email or chat feature. But I didn't know. I actually didn't know till the other day that like some of the dating apps, like Plenty of Fish or gosh golly, I can't even remember some of their names. Um, you don't know anyone who helps people? That's weird. Only it's weird to me just because well you're a generous person that reaches out to others, and then also I sort of thought about like your background, like going to the university that you went to and stuff. I thought, well, it makes sense, right, that she went to a religious oriented place, and now she's got people that are you know trying to help others. Well, that's only now it's a little funny because these people requested to be, my friend, and they're fine people, just totally fine people. But I normally, because they're total strangers and we hadn't interacted before, I normally would have, not been friends yet. I would have like marked their page and watched it for a while and stuff. But I said yes because I thought that they were affiliated with you. And none of them have done anything mean, but I just think that's so interesting, that timing of it all. But yeah, I only found out like the other day that like Plenty of Fish and the very like the OG one, like the one where show me Match.com, that's what it is. The one that had like a long time ago had the first commercials about online dating and stuff. I just very recently found out that like they have their own little like um sort of chat app where like you can live chat. So if you've matched with somebody or whatever and you don't want to give them your phone number yet because you're strangers or um that kind of thing, then you can do a video to communicate with each other, which I think sounds cool. So I thought, well, she's on some of those apps, maybe she chats, because I think that I kept thinking about some of the questions you've asked me, just, between us girls in text and whatever. And thinking about like how I'm so grateful for certain chat rooms because you can learn so much about different things and different people's preferences and things like that when you go to a chat room. But and you can learn a lot about yourself and others, and you learn more about what you might be interested in and stuff. And then it's all from the privacy and safety of your home. And if somebody did or said anything to upset you, you literally can just log out. And like the people there, any type of chat room, no matter what it's about, most of the people that hang out there with regularity know a lot about the topics of whatever the website is. And so you could ask people a lot of really honest questions about different things and get them, they're not insulted to have questions asked. They're really would love to educate people or whatever. So I've thought that about you several different times, like when you've asked me a question or two, um, or when you're, like, hey, I'm sort of talking to people on some of these apps, and then I was like, I kept thinking she should chat with the, on sites too, because it's just such a great way. And for me anyway, it's like it has over the years been extremely healing from some of my trauma, in this case like sexual trauma, because in a chat room like that, again, I can see what people are doing, and they're talking dirty and that kind of stuff. But like, you can see um, some parts of it, and they can go into private chats, and you can learn about different things, and you can find other people who are survivors of different things and talk up, very bluntly about, hey, how do I have, you know, healthy relationships if I have been hurt. And then there's a lot of people there, that were hurt way before. Anyway, I think it's a nice, safe way to explore some things. There we go. Well, the one that we were all, this one that we were all talking about is called Literatica, right? And so it's a website where people that like to write, they write like stories, like, some people refer to them as dirty stories, right? Um, or pervy stories or something, or people that are healthier about their sexuality would just call them, um, like storytelling for grown-ups, where some of them are sort of strictly sexual. A lot of them are like romance novels. And so people that are interested in writing can come there and they can post, whatever they've written on certain topics. And then there's a place where you can write feedback and they can choose to change it or whatever. And so originally, that like 20 years ago now, that's how I found this site. Is I was looking for different places to write, not necessarily about adult issues, but it popped up. And then I started reading the stories there, because I was never in, at that time especially, I wasn't very interested in adult films, but I liked the stories. And so for a long time I went there to just read the stories. Then um, one day I realized, oh my gosh, they have a chat room too. Like, so it's not just a site where where you can write things and post them for people to offer you tips or give you feedback. No, there's actually a chat room where all these same type of people are socializing. And in that 20 years, like, I learned so many different things about um, and then to see um, how over the years too, how I responded to things that could maybe be very, very triggering for me, but if they weren't, so hold on. And I ordinarily wouldn't be like, hey, you should check this out, but based on some of the questions you've texted me, and 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 some of it was like really literal, and some of it was just like, you know just interested in how other people handle certain things, especially when traumatized. It's like, how can you have um go there we go. So anyway, that's the site I sent you, and you can click, and like you can see where, like, it has these different categories on the site index, where like every day they post a picture on this topic, or they explain different, like, grown-up toys or videos. And there's a place where people can write a personal ad where it's like, hey, I saw you the other day in the chat room and we had a funny conversation, and then I didn't know how to find you, so I'm leaving this message here hoping you'll see it. Then there's a place where it says chat. You can click on that and make a screen name and then chat with people. And in the chat room, they have it divided. Um, like, they have different rooms for people with of different orientations and different interests and things like that. And then they have rooms where it's like um, really specific about a certain topic. However, it's only for discussion. And so they say, and that's the other thing I like, is a lot of the different rooms, they have rules. So when you walk into that room, individual room, like, the rules are immediately like go up on the chat screen, and it says, hey, we're here to discuss this stuff, not pretend we're doing this stuff or whatever. And we would like to educate you, so please don't be rude in here. And so there's a lot of safe spaces to learn things. Okay, love. Yeah, we do, but like, I just have never brought it up here because I don't think this is the place. I don't think posting it publicly is a smart idea. So yeah, so I'm not avoiding it. I don't, I well, I mean, I can say like that, of what I saw of the picture itself. I can say to you, um, I looked at it, and then I did a lot of comparing online to different things. And, I asked, first of all, let me say, all females, um, medical professionals, to look at it. And pretty much all of them thought, at least based on the one photograph that, we were all looking at, that it was not likely to be a scar. But um,
they sort of said, if like that doesn't feel reassuring enough to you, one of the ways to find out for sure is you can ask for um, an ultrasound that goes over it. Just they do a normal ultrasound that goes over that area. And if it has scar tissue, on the inside of, since the ultrasound can look in, it'll be able to tell immediately um, if it's, you know, if it's if it's a scar that involved like stitches, or if it's a scar that involved like an injury that wasn't medically treated, or if it's not a scar at all, like an ultrasound will tell you really, really fast just the science. You agree about what, love bug? Sorry, I just looked up. I was trying to rub. I was trying to rub an ouch on my foot and talk. So I'm sorry about that. But oh yeah, and that's why I'm talking just literally about the scar itself, because the other stuff, anything else, um, because the what do medical professionals think, right? Like it's a yes or no answer for the most part, with them offering a solution. If they're sort of said, if there's still worry, you know, like we're medical professionals, but if there's still concern, you can get an ultrasound and have that answered so that it just doesn't linger in your head. And the ultrasound would answer the question, most likely too, if it is a scar, the ultrasound would also answer what kind of scar. But anything else, like the rods I did where I asked really specific questions about how things could potentially have happened or not happened or whatever, like that's all stuff that we should talk about. Not online. But I actually, how sometimes learning about other people, well, all of us, we all learn from other people's stories. To me, it was so great to know that no matter where you think you might have a scar on your body, no matter where, that an ultrasound will, first of all, that's so much less invasive than most things. And it can tell you literally right away just by doing like the little, sound wave thing over the area. Um, it can create really clear pictures of the, the way the skin itself healed and all that stuff. And so not only can it say, yes, a scar, no, a scar, or yes, it's a scar, but it was never seen, like, it wasn't stitched together or whatever. But they can also say a lot of times, like, what kind, because it tells them, like, the type of stitches tell you, I guess, a lot about what type of doctor it could be. And there's always little stitch marks left behind in the patterns, no matter how small. Or if it, tells you the depth of it, it can tell you exactly, like almost exactly, how old the scar is. It's super cool stuff. And so I thought, I have some things from like some scars, like from childhood and stuff, that I've always wondered, like, is this like is this like a chicken's pox scar? Or is this from something, some of the more dramatic stuff that I remember? Which is it? Oh, that scared me. I got a text. It was like, our dog just got her Benadryl. Poor thing. Ouch. Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. I understand. I understand a lot. And I know that it's been driving Cat crazy too, and clearly you saw Amanda tonight. It's just, and it's so crazy how wide. I mean, how widespread the weather stuff is in the states, that we're all like really far apart in different states, and um, we're having really similar experiences no matter how far apart we live. And so that's tells you something about the level of intensity on like a storm system. But yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry. For you, is it um I mean, I know you've had stuff done, skin stuff and skin injuries, but is it for you, is it mostly like a flare from some of the chronic stuff? Cuz I mean, I know with me that's primarily the issue, but oh, and I was busy looking at cards when you were talking about Neurontin. Is that Are you new to Neurontin? Oh, I'm sorry. It's also called gabapentin. It's the same thing. Um, just one is the generic name, and the other is like a brand name or whatever. Did they? Right. So do you have? Is it How new is it to you? Like, have you? How long have you been on it? I guess is what I'm saying. Mm. I think it's good that the dosage that you are on tells me you have a sensible doctor, because the standard care with that drug historically has been like the starting dosage is usually 300 milligrams 3 times daily. So, like 900 milligrams, right? And the lowest dosage you can get is those 100 milligram pills. And so that means you've got this really smart doc, because um and we had, because my doc eventually like gave me this option, but like we really had to, like, I don't know, go through a lot of different things before they were like, oh, we could do it this way, right? And so, instead of we decided eventually, instead of having the 300 milligram pills to have the 100 milligram because, you know, you could always take more, but you do not have to take everything if you don't need to, or if you need to like split the dosage sort of throughout the day for whatever reason. Because and this was like when I was first put on it, oh my gosh, it was like 17 years ago or something. And at that time, they didn't have a word for what could happen to you, but now they do. It's called neurontin toxicity, where it can definitely help you, but if you take a high, and back then they didn't consider it a high dose, but they considered the starting dose to be about a total of 900 milligrams a day spread out. And then you ramped up pretty quickly, right? It was like the first 2 days you took the 900 milligrams, and then, the third day, hold on 1 second, somebody's here. Okie dokie, sorry. So, so neurontin toxicity. So 17 years ago, I started off with 900. 2 days later, it was like 1100. Um, 3 days after that, it's 1500. Anyway, they wanted to get me up to 3,500 milligrams a day. And I didn't. Um, like, there was no point at which I thought, oh, this feels wrong or anything like that. So I amped up really quick, which is unusual for me because I'm hypersensitive to medications. I think you could probably relate to that, knowing some of the illnesses that we share and that kind of stuff. But usually, yeah, my body's super medicine sensitive. But in this case, I was like, oh, this has got to be the right med because I am not noticing. I'm just not noticing it as I amp it up. And so I guess it's helping a lot or something. And then all of a sudden, and at that point, I had been so sick that I almost never went anywhere. Um, and part of it was also because I was in a wheelchair at the time. I could not walk like at all for a few years there. And so taking a wheelchair was a pain in the butt too. But some people had been really nice and purchased some tickets to something. And, we were trying to make sure we attended to say thank you to this lovely gesture and stuff. And so we went. and it was a musical. And I think honestly, like they got through the overture of the music. They got through, I don't know, the first 15 minutes of the show. And then I don't remember anything else because apparently I fell from my seat. And then they did help me, the people with me put me in my wheelchair, and because they were like, well, since she's not doing well, we probably should, put her in the wheelchair in case we need to get out of here fast or whatever. So they got me off the floor and put me in the wheelchair, which I still don't remember. And um, then I fell again out of the wheelchair. And because they were watching the show, they weren't seeing it, but I was having these not just seizures, but these weird lightning flash, like fast flash seizures things. And so they had to get me out of there, and it was like this really weird amphitheater, and there were so many people in cars, and so I mean, it was nice of them to work so hard to help me, but um, anyway, long story, even longer. I had neurontin toxicity, so even though I felt good on it, my body couldn't handle that much. And then after that point, I just always had the 100 milligram ones, and I took somewhere between like um, 300 and 900 milligrams a day and did fine on that for a really long time. Really long time. Um, it was when I got pregnant with kiddo that I had to go off of it because, it's a neuromed. There's, of course, when you're pregnant, they don't really want you taking anything, but they do a cost risk reward evaluation for a lot of different things, right? So, and I learned so much about pregnancy and medication. Like, of course, if you can be off your pain medication when you're pregnant, that's the most ideal. But they learned really a long time ago that if a mother absolutely has to take something for her pain, that even though it's not perfect, it's better than the other option. Because if if for example, if the mother takes a lot of some sort of pain narcotic, right? Yes, the baby can be born addicted to that stuff, and that is sad and difficult to watch. However, if a mother is in a lot of pain because she's not taking her pain medication, the cortisol levels in her body created, that rise up because of the pain can actually cause birth defects in the child. So the narcotics can't the kids can be born addicted, and that's, hard and sad because they're a little bit underweight and they're shaky and not feeling good because they're going through withdrawals, right? Um, none of that is a perfect ideal. However, if the mama tried to be tough, so tough that um, in spite of her terrible pain, she didn't ever do anything to help herself, well, then the problem becomes that baby's not born addicted, but that baby literally can get all kinds of birth defects from her raised cortisol because of her pain. So it's literally safer to take not none of it's ideal. You want to be as close to um, the ideal as you can, but um, it's much safer than the alternatives, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, they don't tell us that, right? They make you welcome back, Joe. They tell us and make you feel terrible about, like, yeah, mothers mothers should be stronger. They shouldn't be taking these pain medications and things like that. And then, when it becomes real and it's your life and you've been chronically ill and didn't know you were expecting, or then like it's not like you were trying to get pregnant, so you were slowly reducing your medication, right? It's like boom, and they can really, especially the public, but even some doctors can really make you feel terrible for needing that stuff. And then you read the alternative and go, what? Literally, my body can produce things that will give my sweet baby like a cleft palate, in some case, some developmental delays. Whereas me taking this medication means my baby is doesn't feel good and makes me sad, but it would be like 3 to 5 days of feeling irritable and yucky versus a whole lifetime of deformity. Yeah, I think you probably have certain numbed out areas. I definitely do too, from like nerve damage and things like that. Did they give was the gabapentin? Well, how did they label? Like, what did they label it for? What did they say it was for? I mean, I know pain, but I just mean like is it like nerve pain, or is it bone pain, or oh gosh, there's so many different kinds, but you know what I mean. I'm curious how they labeled it for you. This back over here. Whoa. So that later when I'm tired, I'm not having to move every deck I've ever owned. These need to be shuffled. MS. Okay. Have you ever done the Cymbalta? Yoinks, this is heavy. Yeah, I haven't. I am so I don't know what it's like exactly, but I just know that it's something that um most of my most of the people I know, if they got diagnosed, I don't know, in the last 10 years or so, definitely it was something that they tried pretty early on, for people. Because I guess when, for the people that it does help, it's not like a little bit, it's like a miracle. I've had MS friends say, of course, nothing in the world is literally overnight, but I've had them say it felt like, the relief was so fast, it almost felt like it was overnight. But Cymbalta wasn't even something offered on the market when I first got diagnosed, which is why Neurontin and gabapentin. So I think your doctor must be old school, which sometimes is better anyway. Well, what do you think of it so far? Okay, see, yeah, so But was it by the same doctor? Is that why? I think it's weird though that because there's never been, or maybe you were on gabapentin and they've just now brought it back because in the 90s it definitely was like almost one of their first lines of defense was the Neurontin. So maybe you were on it and then something else happened and they took you off and then you were never on it. Never ever, huh? And by in 95, okay, so the even then, right? Diagnostics were so different. How did you get yours diagnosed? Like how did they give you the go ahead and the affirmative on the MS? MRI. Wow. That's awesome. They absolutely that for my doctors, they did the whole Megillah in the 90s. The MRI, was not good enough for them, which which of course because of the other primary test, which still is one of their primary tests all these years later, but um I was bummed that I had to do it. Oh, okay. Kept hearing a weird sound that I thought was in my house, but it's an owl outside my house. Because you've been slamming the water? Well, I mean, I know that that's weird, but at least they don't hurt, huh? Yeah, I knew you were a good water drinker, so I didn't know if maybe well, so then you can feel them. You you cannot feel the fine tuning of your nerves the way you would like to, right? But you can feel them or you wouldn't feel pain, which even though, that sucks, at least it's not like you have some paralysis where it's totally dead or nerve damage where everything's completely gone, right? There's something definitely like going on, right? Where they're pinched or injured or something or whatever. But if you're feeling pain, you still have sensation. And I mean, I know like it's a situation of suck or suck. Trust me, I totally know that. But it's something I've said to myself a lot of times to make myself feel better, right? When you get like sort of um when you get different um um nerve damage type sensations, right? Like neuropathy, like people that get severe neuropathy from like diabetes, where it feels like their feet and hands are on fire or whatever. But then they also feel like, oh, I'm numb. And it's like, well, no, your hands are on fire. You're not numb. You have something strange going on with your nerves for sure. But there's nothing dead about them. They're just misfiring. I don't know if we've talked about this or not. Do you like, are you a fan of chiropractic? Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I've definitely had that kind of stuff happen before. It's definitely, a variety of neuropathy in combination with like either pinched nerves or nerve damage. And then, if on top of those literal physical things, right? If you have medical trauma or other types of trauma and it causes you internally to freak out, then of course that 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 sort of disassociation that comes for a lot of us with PTSD. Um, so then you're already freaking out, and then you start having PTSD issues, right? And then it starts making certain areas feel extra like numb. Did they help you when you did that? That's good to know. How often did you actually, let me rephrase, because what's more important to me is learning about what helps, right? So, um, doesn't, okay, how often did you need to go in order to um, be consistent enough with it that it offered relief? Twice a month. Okay, there it is. Sorry. Yeah. And did you, I think you already said it, you saw the same one. Um, and was there something about that particular masseur or massage therapist that um, yeah, it's awesome. Oh, well, that's so nice. Oh, that's nice too. Was she from originally another country? I just heard an accent of some kind. Hold on. Hold on, I'm trying to mute it. Just give me a second. Okay, I think I'm back. They're coming again, and I have a feeling, but huh? I wonder. So maybe they did. Maybe they did. They speak the language, so hmm, maybe they sounded. Did they sound different when they came back, or was it that she? I don't know. I heard an accent, so I wonder who that is. I guess if she's technically, I guess it could be one of her family members. If she's still technically, although it sounds like she was older, but if she's still technically living, I guess it could be somebody that cared about her that has an accent. When they came back, okay, so they spoke like, um, oh, we're at Israel. Do they? Is it strictly Yiddish there? I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Hebrew. Okay, I don't know why my brain was like struggling so much to try and find Hebrew. Oh gosh, you hope her you hope her family would have told you if her grandchildren knew you and stuff. Ah, yeah, and see if she's around, or even on Google. Like, I guess you never know. Like, some people are sturdy and they work up almost until they. Um, yeah, I had an acupuncturist like that, where I was really sad. I was this one should probably be good. And nobody else in her family, like none of them followed in her footsteps. Although I guess maybe they could have now. Like now, like the grandchildren are older. Maybe some of them are practicing. Oh. Okay, hold on. Be right back. Okay, love bug. I have to go. My attention is being demanded, and that's okay. Like, people have waited a long time. I've been here a long time. I will. I'm sorry that we haven't had a private chat yet about the other stuff, but we will. Those migraines have gotten in my way once or twice, and then I keep trying to get on here to stream, and I need to try some other platforms too, because with my health, I cannot. Yeah. With my health, I cannot hold the job. I'll be out in just a second. I got to. Okay, but that's true. We don't have to. Okay, so I need to amp up my amount of readings and get some new clients and things like that. But the migraines have stood in the way of that significantly too. So but we will get to it. I wrote down the stuff, and and I did a real thorough rods asking questions, and like I said, there is a way. Like, if you feel extremely strongly about something, for an ultrasound, and they'll tell you, very scientifically, without anyone guessing. They'll tell you very scientifically, you know, yes, it is a scar, or no, it's not. And if it is, what type they think it is, how long ago it was stitched up, all of that stuff. So, yeah, we'll communicate soon, I'm sure. Until then, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Very much love. I hope the Neurontin Gavin can help more and more every day. And I will talk to you later.